A very good morning and welcome to the Queen's Park Oval once again for another interesting match in the CG United Super 50 Cup for 2024. The tournament is at a very interesting stage as teams are battling all the way to the top. And I do have with me today the captains from both the Jamaica Scorpions and the Guyana Happy Eagles. Tevin Imlak is the captain of Guyana. Of course, John Campbell is the captain of Jamaica. The man at the far left is the match referee, Mr. Michael Ragunat. Tevin has the coin. Tail was the call, and of course, Tevin, I'm not sure if you wanted to throw it to the sky, but congratulations. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl first. It looks to have a bit of moisture. There was some rain around yesterday, so we look to utilize that early up.
How are you feeling now at this stage of the tournament? You don't have the best results, but you feel confident still?
Yeah, very confident. I mean, we've been playing some good cricket. Unfortunately, we had some close games that we lost, but we won a game. The last match we played, we won. So, the team's in good spirits. We're willing to take that momentum forward.
All right, well, all the best.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Now, let's hear what John has to say. John, unfortunately, you lost the toss today. Would you have batted if you won?
I'd have batted, despite a little bit of moisture. I think if we bat to that first hour, we'll be good.
And how about your team? Are you happy with what you're getting from the guys, or you're probably just asking them for a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more?
I mean, there's always room for improvement. Having said that, we have one change from the last game, bringing in an extra seamer. This wicket looks like it have a little bit more grass than the others.
Thank you. Well, all the best.
Thank you.
Okay, John Campbell there, the captain of the Jamaica Scorpions. For the news here is that the Guyana Happy Eagles have won the toss and they will bowl first. A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the Queen's Park Oval once again, where we are getting ready for the Jamaica Scorpions against the Guyana Happy Eagles. Again, Guyana Happy Eagles won the toss this morning and opted to field first. And as you would have heard there from Captain Tevin Imlak, he just feels that they have a chance of taking some early wickets given the moisture that he is seeing on the ground. And speaking of moisture, I must say even the outfield is a little bit soggy because of all the rain and the overnight dew and everything else. It's not as firm as it could be, but I suppose as the sun is out with us, it might very well dry that up very quickly, and the players won't have too much of an issue. No question about the wicket or the square itself. That seems to be in very, very good shape, and a lot of the white patches that we had earlier are not as white, and that's because some of the grass is sprouting out in and among those sandy patches, and hopefully before too long all will be gone and we will have a nice lush green, totally green surface out here. Makes for great aesthetics. But having said that, let me say good morning once again to one and all, and as we welcome Sean Devers with us here this morning. Sean, this is a crucial game for both teams because neither one of them have really set the place alight just yet.
Yes, and as you said, will be a very crucial game. Whoever wins this game, we must take into context that this is the fourth game to be played by Jamaica, while it's the fifth game to be played by Guyana. So it's the onus is more on Guyana to try and win this game. They're fighting for it's early stages yet in the competition, but they're fighting for the third and fourth place. Only the top four goes through to the semi-finals, and Guyana is on fourth position, tied with Trinidad on 25 points, but Trinidad has only played 3 games. Guyana and the Leewards, who on second, Barbados on top in the table on 31 points, the Leewards on second. Only the Leewards and Guyana have played four matches. All the rest of teams have played 3.
So that is the picture here. Ashmead Ned it is, who is going to pick up the attack once again as Carlos Brown is at the non-strikers. And John Campbell, the captain, is getting ready to face the first ball here this morning. Let me say congratulations to the West Indies for wrapping up another series win and taking care of business against the English. Now it's on to the T20 series, 5 of them, 5 matches in there. Should be very interesting throughout, as the English, I'm sure, want to come back strongly at them. And we'll see what gives there going forward. But here we are for the first ball this morning. And once again, Ned has really been bowling well. I suppose he's developed this approach to bowling, especially in the limited overs games, where he, while he gives it a little flight every so often, in the main, he's quickly into the wicket and making batsmen having to work to get. This one is in the air, and there is an appeal for obstruction here. Tevin Imlach was trying to get around, and well, this is interesting because it's almost like he played the ball. Look at Tevin Imlach. He saw the movement, whether he played it or not, I'm not sure, but look at John Campbell. He was trying to get out of the way, I would imagine. He was backing away. The two umpires are having a little discussion here, whether he was trying to deliberately obstruct the wicketkeeper or if he was trying to get out of the way of the wicketkeeper. We'll wait to see what they decide. Lyndon Rajkumar and Carl Tuckett has had their discussion, and all's well that ends well.
Yeah, well, I don't think that he realized that Tim Imlach was behind of him, and that's why he just moved to his right. So you take the umpire's decision, that's correct.
A little bit of bounce here as well, so which is unusual, but Ned still not bringing the ball right up so that the batsman could really get under it, although the ball is stopping a little bit. There's a nice little loop when it hits the wicket. And here he goes, and this is a nice there, and certainly one that looked like it might have gotten a couple of runs, but nothing doing. Is that the other Sinclair who's feeling there that short, well, it's really a gully leg slip position. And finally, they're going to get something on the board here. So the Jamaica Scorpions are off and running.
Well, we saw already a lot of bunks, not much turn. It's a brand new ball, it's going to skid, but the bunks is disconcerting for the two Jamaicans.
So this is going to be Carlos Brown, who is getting ready to take strikes. We look at batsmen in the region now, of course. We had 2 Centurions in that match last evening for Casey Carty. A brilliant effort, an unbeaten effort on his part. Big partnership for that second wicket. And again, good fielding, good diving effort in the field to keep things honest here. That ends over number 1. Just a 1 run coming from it.
Oh, well, good morning to everyone in Guyana. Good morning to you in Jamaica. It's an hour behind us in the Eastern Caribbean. Yeah, so good to see Jamaica finally back in the thick of things. The second test with Bangladesh will be played at Sabina Park. Good morning to you in Jamaica. Good news. On the 30th of November, the match is going to be played at Sabina Park. So spin at both ends. Junior Sinclair, who has replaced his unrelated namesake, Kevin Sinclair, in the Guyana squad. Sinclair going back home because of some internal reports from the management team on and off the field.
Sinclair wears a big number there, 100. And obviously a young man who's trying to take advantage of this opportunity presented to him. Has already made 2 big stops in the field. So he must be pumped up, ready to go here now. And immediately Campbell trying to fashion something. Now John Campbell is an interesting story. Here's a young man who came onto the scene and really looked like he would cement his place in the West Indies team for a long time. And then it all just fell apart for him, and it's been an uphill climb ever since. It's good to see him as a captain, though, of the Jamaica team now. Give him some added responsibilities and having to really come down on that one quickly. It followed him.
And it skidded on. It's going to do that for the first couple of overs at least, because of the new brand ball, the shine.
So now that prompted a little adjustment in the field. Now they've decided that they're going to put a fine leg, and there's a deep backward square. I thought they were going to put him in a catching position there. And instead they put him, 3/4 of the way to the circle.
That is to take out the sweep shot, because if he top edges it, it will go there, and if he gets it in the middle of the bat, it can go to backward square. So he's go. Oh my
And
dear.
there it goes. This is a long way. It's in the air, just hitting the rope, flush. And that will be 6 runs because it hit the rope and came back in. So initially you could see the fieldsman out there. He was begging, or he was asking, I shouldn't say he was begging, he was asking if he should come to his right a little bit more. And he got close, but not close enough.
So too short on that occasion. John Campbell freeing the arms had a short ball and dispatched it for 6, but it was not as easy as he would have liked. Permaul goes back to mid-on inside the circle.
Again on the back foot, trying to force it through the offside. It's not the easiest of pitches to negotiate just yet. He's just trying to keep the strike rate churning over, John Campbell.
A little bit of moisture in this pitch.
He's always been a kind of an explosive batsman. That's the end of over number 2, and at the end of it, 7 without loss.
Yes. Good morning to everybody listening, watching on YouTube. Bright sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Saw the weather forecast for scattered showers in the afternoon. Let's hope that that doesn't happen in the north of Trinidad. There was a lot of rain yesterday in East Trinidad, Tunapuna.
That again continues from that bottom end and keeping it very tight indeed. Not much spin and offer there, but the arm ball is proven to be a lethal weapon. We saw in his last game, he was really beating the batsman for pace, and he was going through the gate quite often. Brown standing up tall and making full use of his height there.
Well, the man from inside the circuit mid-off has been pushed back to long off now.
Little bit of flight there, but not much.
And a lot fuller. Oh dear, that one spun for a sign of spin. Not prodigious turn, but just enough to beat the outside edge. So good signs from a Guyana perspective.
He does have the slip on the gully, or 2 slips if you want to call them that.
Just back of a length again. Punched off the back foot this time. So Thursday morning here in Port of Spain. Not many people at the ground.
This time we're going to have to hurry here. This could be interesting if he hits, and he does hit. But the batsman did very well. Brown hit it and started to move immediately. And all it was good cricket all around. And a good pick up and a throw. The batsman had it covered. You look at him here, really rotary towards the crease. Did the smart thing, threw the bat into the crease. Didn't try to dip it, but dragged it in. And was safely home in the end. So that ends the third over of the morning, and at the end of it, it is 8 without loss.
Yes, and we see Imlak ringing changes. He's bringing in his most experienced campaigner, Sammy Permaul. Permaul, the 35-year-old, began at this level in 2007. And he's got 103 wickets since 2013, when the franchise system was introduced, both the first class and the regional one day called the Super50. That time it was first sponsored by Nagico. Now it's the CG United, an insurance company, sponsoring this tournament for the last couple of years. So Permaul from Albion in Berbice, Guyana's second largest county. It's going to come in now to bowl to Brong, and Brong is back to a good delivery, pushes it into the onside, and there's no run. Well bowled by Permaul, bounce and turn.
Again, not as quick as Ned, but certainly just maybe allowing the batsman to see the ball a little bit more and trying to tempt them. There's that short extra cover there for anything uppish by way of a drive. And almost coming into play, but very well played once again. He's a tall man, big, powerful. In fact, we've seen a lot of the modern batsmen built in this fashion.
Michael Louis comes to mind. He's a semi-monster built like a light heavyweight boxer.
Think of Graves as well.
Yeah.
So he's fairly well built. You know, we're seeing a lot more of that, but they're kind of like in the mold of some of the great West Indians in the past, the Clive Lloyd mold, Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenidge.
Well stopped. Ball outside the line of the off-stump, a little stare, maybe an involuntary shot. Ball hitting the bat, and it went down towards slip. Good effort in the field there, though.
Yeah, there's Kimo Paul, who's standing there at that slip position. The vice captain. Almost hitting it back to the bowler. Permaul takes a long look at Campbell, as if to say, if you try that again.
Got the most wickets in regional first-class cricket and the most wickets in regional one-day cricket for Sammy Permaul.
Thought he had him fooled there for a moment. He looked like he wanted to give him the charge. Permaul just kind of pulled it down a little bit in front of him, and Campbell had to adjust. End of the over, 10 without loss now after 4.
Yeah, Permaul, a very experienced campaigner. He's continued to produce also with the ball for Guyana. Got 3 wickets in the last game. And Guyana beat the Leeward Islands. That's Guyana's only win so far. They lost to Windwards. Got a no result against CCC.
What else is new,
Yeah. And they lost to Barbados. And they beat the Leewards on the line of the middle and off stump. A little bit of turn. And Permaul is the slowest of the Guyana spinners. He will be willing to flight the ball, and he knows when to bowl the quicker one. That's using his experience. Ned is the fastest of the Guyana spinners. Fired that one in. On the front foot came John Campbell and pushed it into the offside. So he gives the strike back now to Brong. And the score going on to 11 without loss. This is the 5th over. Again, a loose shot. Looking to play the ball with a vertical bat and play it through square. Missed the ball. Taken by the keeper. a slip and a gully. We'll be looking for the outside edge to be found. That's on the line of the leg stump, whipped into the onside. Picked up by Permaul at the mid-wicket position. Ashmi Ned.
Going for the big hit there.
Yeah, real indigenous shot.
Well, that's the temptation of, there's a little flight that he produces every so often and entices the batsman to just to kind of lift their head up a little bit to find it.
That may be the reason.
He bowled him right
him.
through
Clean
the
bowled.
So that is the fall of wicket number 1. A really good delivery, but we've seen this before where Ned has really created problems. A little bit of turn there. He was probably thinking that might have been the arm ball. Instead, that one just held its own, straightened on him. And it's 11 for 1 now with wicket number 1, Brown, having to depart. So that brings Kirk McKenzie to the crease. Another man who is in some good form, and I'm sure he'd like to carry on here from his last game and try to see if he too could remind the West Indian selectors that he's still around. So John Campbell, I'm sure will be hoping that he could steady the ship here. He anticipated that there might be some moisture in the wicket, but he wasn't too annoyed that he didn't win the toss.
So Sinclair back into the attack, maybe because John Campbell is a left-hander. Permaul bowled a solitary over and then was pulled out of the attack. So still the 3 bowlers used for today. Early stages yet. That's short and crashed away with good fielding at the cover position.
Excellent work in the outfield, trying to keep things. Niall Smith tumbling over to make the stop. So 12 for 1 now. We're in the 6th over. Sinclair in his 2nd over of the morning. Yes, a shout of LBW. That one was going on with the arm. Not out, says the umpire. Umpires today. Of course, Carl Tuckett and Lyndon Rajkumar. Operating on or around that middle and off stump, forcing the batsman to probably have to play at everything. And it's almost as if you hit, I miss. Trying again to force the issue. They're playing, having to hurry. And that's more like it for Campbell. Probably didn't hit it as well as he would have liked, but it was there, and he gave it the treatment.
Deliberately look to hit that ball over the top. The mid-off is in, so there's no real danger. Even if he miscued it, which he did, went for 4.
Quicker delivery this time, and forcing him to respect a good delivery. Again, Ned just doing enough there. That one going with the arm a little bit, and Campbell making a quick adjustment. And pinches strike yet again. 17 for 1, 18 for 1 now after 7.
I'm very impressed with the work of the 30-year-old Barbadian, Justin Graves. He's already set a record, 3 consecutive hundreds, the only batter to do that in regional 50-over cricket. And he needs one more century to go past Ramnare Sarwan, who scored 300s in the 2005 tournament, the last time Guyana won the tournament. His first 200s were in Barbados and then in the semi-final.
That one is up his sleeve, just past the outstretched hand there of Sinclair. Couldn't get over. Got across in time. Campbell likes to put bat to ball, I suppose, as most batsmen do. And but he's ultra aggressive sometimes.
This time he's quietly forward. 5 centuries been scored so far. Matthew Nandu and Wickham, the other batters to score hundreds.
You consider Trinidad and Tobago had 2 men in the 90s. One was not out in the 90s, and then another one got out in the 90s. Oh, he's trying to go through the gate there. Campbell just closed the door in the nick of time.
And it's good to see from a West Indies point of view
Or
that,
rather, that should be Mackenzie just closed the door in the nick of time there.
that 3 batters got hundreds. So, oh, beautiful delivery, pitched and spun. Hope got 100 in the previous match, which the West Indies lost. And then Carty and King got unbeaten hundreds. So it's good to see.
King got out last evening.
Yeah. Okay, yes, he got out.
Yeah, with victory in sight, though, just a few more runs required. That ends the over here, and at the end of it, it is 19 for 1 after 8. So a little bit of discussion there. So maybe now you'll see the quick bowlers coming in. So they're trying to mix it up, I suppose. But
No, it's
right now they'll go with
coming in,
Chandrapal,
yeah.
it is off spinners now.
Yeah, Chandrapal can bowl left hand and right hand. Ambidextrous young man. This is the first time I've seen him bowl with his left hand in a long, long time, since he was an under 15 player playing at the Gandhi Youth Organization Club in Georgetown. Now he's playing for the Everest Sports Club. Previously played for GCC. He's the son of the illustrious Shivnarayan Chandrapal. Right arm off spin on this occasion, and loose bit of work from Chandrapal. Down towards long off for single. Should have stopped that.
Yeah, that was off his own bowling too. And if there's one person you want to feel well to, is their own bowling. Ask Tony Gray about that.
And he became a movie star before he played Test cricket. He played Larry Gomes in 1983, the movie, the Indian movie.
For a moment I thought it was Tony Gray was referencing. There's a beauty right through the gate again. And it's that ball coming in with the arm that is causing all the problems here. And Mackenzie goes without scoring.
So Chandrapal, the part-time bowler, continues to pick up wickets. This is his second wicket, both bowled in 3 matches. Had made the breakthrough against Barbados, and now again getting the wicket of Mackenzie. So 20 for 2. Jamaican a slight spot of bother.
Yeah, they really have to figure out where they're going the innings, but I'm sure they'll look to Campbell to lead the charge for them. Jermaine Blackwood is the new man at the crease for the Jamaicans. Another one who has kind of fallen away a little bit, hoping to rekindle. But we all know that he's a gutsy type of batsman, will try to fight it out.
He's got a lot of experience, has played for the West Indies before. But as you said, been off the boil a little while. Still the sun shining in all its glory. Have you ever seen the movie
No,
1983?
no, I haven't. Once Tony Gray wasn't starring in it, I was very unlikely that I would see it.
So Chandrapal now maybe will bowl left-handed to the right-hander. Yes, he's going to be bowling left-handed. So that's a good option to have in your side. A right-hander could also bowl with his left hand.
Well, the unusual thing about this is that he started bowling one style and is now changing styles, changing arms. He's not changing, and he's also going, he was around the wicket to the left-hander. He's coming left arm around the wicket to the right-hander.
Yeah, bowling the ball away from each batter. But unlike Tendulkar, who bowled leg spin to the right-hander and off spin to the left-hander, he's bowling left hand and right hand.
So he's really mixing it up here at the moment. And that one just stood up there asking to be hit, and Blackwood trying to put it away, but found a fielder. Again, way too short and getting away with it for the moment.
Trying to hit the ball too hard, didn't time it well. It's a slow pitch.
So is it that he's going to bowl right arm now? So he's switching arms again.
Yeah.
So it also means that the captain has to adjust his field, because the bowler is bowling a totally different style now. Not only is he bowling a different style, he's bowling with a different arm. So he's going to bowl right arm off spin now, just as he started the over. And the length is a lot better, so he obviously recognizes that he has better control of his line and his length bowling with his right arm.
Even though he's a left-handed batter, he's a natural right-hander.
And that one is pulled away for what would be a very comfortable single, and certainly it gives the batsmen something to think about as we come to the end of over number 9, and at the end of it, it's 21 for 2.
Yeah, well, certainly a rare moment in modern day cricket to see a bowler bowling with both hands. I think somebody from India, a youngster, bowled with both hands.
But he bowled pace.
Yeah.
He bowled
Yeah.
seam, and he was quick too.
Yeah, and it was quick with either hand. So Chandrapal primarily played as a batter, but he's showing his worth with the ball. But he needs to get more consistent big scores. He needs to bat faster, but he's going to keep his place in the side because of his bowling.
Well, the thing about it is that we're in over number 10 now, and we're yet to see any of the fast bowlers. So it's really been the batsmen have yet to face any kind of seam bowling just yet. So they've had a good diet of spin bowling to limit them in the first 10 overs. So they're nowhere near the 6 they required for that bonus point.
Yeah, this is
A stifled
Permaul.
appeal, but it's going to go to that short fine leg position. It's vacant.
Yeah, Permaul is back into the attack.
Actually, he got a touch. I thought it was leg bias, but like he got a nibble on it.
So Campbell back in strike. Campbell the left-hander, Blackwood the right-hander. I want to say good morning to those in Jamaica, Mark Nita, Maurice Foster, Susan Broadbore.
So 22 for 2 is not the ideal start for the Jamaicans, but they've had their problems in this tournament so far, and it's not getting any easier for them right now, although every so often somebody kind of puts his hands up and they might get a good score, but they've not really had the consistency and the number of scores that they were hoping for. Big scores, that is.
The leash is certainly being tightened by the Guyana spinners. The Guyana spin foursome, if you include Chandrapal. Already 2 wickets in the tournament. Nicely played with the ball turning into him down towards long on. So brings Blackwood, the right-hander, into the strike. And with a left-hand, right-hand combination, the fielders will have to change over. The bowler will have to change his line.
Again, Virasamy Permaul keeping things very, very tight indeed. And the end of over number 10, 23 for 2. And of course, quickly here before you go, Colin is going to come and replace you. 23 for 2, nowhere near the 60 runs required for the Jamaicans. What does that tell you? Is it the good bowling, or is it maybe a little bit of, I suppose, cautious batting?
Well, a combination of both. We saw the Guyana spinners bang on target from the inception, and the batters, once they lost 2 early wickets, they're going to bat carefully, cautiously, as you said. So they might not be looking for the 60 runs in the 10 overs, but they're certainly looking for a win.
No doubt. We'll see what happens there. Colin Murray is going to replace. So 23 for 2. Ned is coming back into the attack now. He's bowled very well so far. 1 for 9 from 4 overs. And here is that sweep shot. There's a stifled appeal. He's going to have to hurry. The return is not a particularly good one. He was trying to throw on the turn there, Kimo Paul. And I'm not sure if he saw where he was going. That reverse sweep, Colin Murray is going to come in and tell me all about why it shouldn't be played and how it should be played. And what have you. But the thing about it, Colin, I didn't want to give you gray hairs, but I know that is a shot that's, it kind of irks you.
Yeah, very much so. Good morning to you, Ruskin.
Good morning,
and good
Colin.
morning to everybody, wherever you are, picking up the broadcast.
Ned has bowled very well, Colin, because he not only has he been taking wickets, but he's been keeping the scoring down, which is good on all fronts.
Well, he's completed 4 overs, 1 for 9. So when you think about it, just 2 runs and over, 2.1234. You know, that kind of average. If you want me to go down into point, but it's been good because he's been on a good line. It's been a good length. There again, so they can't take much chances with him. And I suppose if you want to take a chance with it, you do it at your own peril.
Yeah, I must congratulate you on the ground staff. The field really looks a picture.
Well,
Still, the area where he was diving around might need some work, but outside of that,
No, those were my shots actually, Ruskin, that had the goalkeeper
scorched it.
yeah. And every from each different field, you know, when I played on each different field. Tony Gray would understand that more than you. He was a former
but he was
goalkeeper.
the worst goalkeeper ever.
No, Ruskin.
All right, the second worst.
Yeah, you can't say that, Ruskin. Come on.
The second worst.
That's a good shot. That's going to run away. Was not probably his first bad delivery. It was short, wide, outside the line of the off stump, and Blackwood took full advantage of it. That was a really good shot. But poor delivery. It deserved the treatment it got.
Prior to that, he was bowling very well. The over in the main was a good over. If you could, just kind of forget that one delivery. But at the end of it, 11 gone is 28 for 2.
Yeah, so 28 for 2, and the Scorpions really under the gun, and these two really, you expect these two, they've got to take it well over 100 in terms of a partnership, because when you look through the rest of the Scorpions batting lineup, there's one or two all-rounders. Yeah, but in terms of batting, recognized batsmen, there's not much to come.
Dean Smith is a big hitter.
Yep.
But
Javel Glenn.
Yep.
Javor Royal, all sort of can give you 30, 40.
But there's no guarantee.
Exactly.
Especially against these spinners. Well played again, and a well-judged single, because both fielders there had to move just to try to corral that one and give them more than enough time to finish a single. So Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, the man who was brought in as the replacement for his namesake, Kevin Sinclair. So
I think he's gone back. He's gone back home, hasn't he?
Yep. I suppose for disciplinary reasons, as only the Guyana board will say.
Runs again. I think he's, where I'm looking at Sinclair now, I would like to see him just slow down a little bit, give it a little bit more air, and make the batsman maybe either use their feet or push out him. Right now, I just think he's just pushing it through. And he's being picked off easily for the singles.
And I think the wicket is beginning to dry off too, so you kind of have to adjust your lengths to cater for that. In the air, just over the head of that short extra cover.
Yeah, I think he was looking to go. It went down to long off, but I think he was going to try to get it more over an extra cover position down to the boundary. But taking the chance there. So they're looking now to sort of free the shackles, both Blackwood and Campbell. And that's another good shot.
Very well
really
played.
Lovely shot.
That's 4 runs. I don't think he's going to catch up to it. Ned seemed very reluctant to move in the first place, almost like if he didn't see it. And then he just had to try to catch up with it to no avail. So 35 for 2 now. And Blackwood is quickly into double figures.
Yeah, and if again a delivery that was really pushed through to him, and all he did is come on the front foot and caressed it. Pure timing. And we see some changes in the field now because they're taking out that short cover point and he's going right back out, and then mid-off is coming right down to long off.
Well, we're in the second power play, so they can do that.
Yep, they can, but I was just wondering, that's much better from Sinclair, giving it a little bit of air, getting Blackwood to come stretching forward onto it, and couldn't do very much with it.
A little bit of turn there, but started on leg stump, and that's good cricket. That's good fielding. I thought there were 2 runs there, and probably they should have gotten 2, but the fielder did very well to come around and limit it. Ali Mohammed running around quite nicely. End of the over, 36 for 2.
Yeah, an over in which you would think that Blackwood and Campbell
12
negotiated well, 12 runs coming from it, no real alarms. Junior Sinclair, as I said, just kind of pushing the ball through. And I would like to see him just slow it down a little bit, give it a little bit more air, see if he can get any purchase off the pitch. And that, if he can do that, then he would create more problems, especially to the left-hander.
I was misleading you. There was 8 runs coming off that over.
Well, you always mislead
Well, I
me,
didn't, not deliberately.
Well,
So
that makes a change.
Yeah.
But going back to the outfield, Ruskin, I mean, there was this 8-a-side tournament being played every year in the Oval, and we only had about, I would think, about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks to get the ground ready, and all the patches where you see the sand is of course the goalkeeping areas. But the pitch all the pitches were covered, so we didn't have a problem with that. And what the head ground curators told me, said, in another 2 weeks, the field should be absolutely green. That's a lovely ball.
Well, which is what we are accustomed to seeing here at the Oval, and but it's just unfortunate that the tournament came so quickly after your football tournament.
Yeah. Well, again, you normally have it just after CPL, because once CPL is done,
Right.
then there's no more cricket until the Super 50. I tell you, Ruskin, close to 300 members take part in the tournament. It's like a World Cup,
Yeah.
It's their World Cup. Unbelievable.
Men trying to cheat for the time. That's what that
Yeah.
is. Another well-stroked delivery. Blackwood has come out here, Colin, and he looks like he's in very good nick. He doesn't seem too bothered.
But he always looks like that, doesn't he? Blackwood, he's
And then he
always
gets
looking to
out.
attack and sometimes picks the wrong ball to attack. But what I like about him is that he's always on the lookout for runs.
Campbell also is ultra aggressive, but now he could probably just relax and bat, because he knows that he has another experienced campaigner on the other end, and together they could, build something for Jamaica.
Yep, that's so very true, because Blackwood is on 13, Campbell is on 22 at the moment, and they're going along nicely.
Quicker delivery again. He's going to run and get it too. For a moment there, Campbell looked like he wasn't too keen as he saw the man coming across from mid-wicket, but it was always a single.
Well, he was playing it safe, wasn't he, Campbell? He was making sure the ball went past him, because how many times you've seen that you call for a run and all of a sudden the guy coming across cuts the ball off, and then you're panic stations. But the end of the over, 39 now for 2?
39 for the 3 runs off that over. So they're going along, just trotting along. When you consider the whole emphasis of the tournament, coming into this tournament, I should say, is to eliminate the dot balls, or limit the number of dot balls, and try to increase your scoring. Even if you're not scoring boundaries, at least rotate the strike as much as possible, because that is incentivized in terms of you get a point for 60 runs in the first 10, and if you within two wickets, and if you lose 3 wickets but you get to 80, you'll still get the point in those 10 overs. So they're putting incentives in there for teams to the carrots they're dangling in front of you.
You have to think that it's a good idea, because they're obviously trying to get the players be aware of the amount of dot balls, because that has been a perennial problem for West Indies cricket, the amount of dot balls at international level that is being played. And I think they're trying to limit the amount of dot balls here in the regional tournament, so that even when these guys make the step up, they're aware, listen, we gotta keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah. And Colin, one of the things that as we talk about that, my thinking is, if the West Indies Cricket Board is going to do that, to try to get the players familiar with that type of attitude, then you probably have to start doing it at the lower level as well, so that everybody, by the time they get to this level, it's nothing foreign to them.
Yeah.
A little bit of pace here now. For the first time today, Thorne is on.
Yes, Isaiah Thorne.
Man with the little locks on there, stuff that Colin and I know nothing about.
Yeah, I've tried locks in the past, and Tony.
Not picking locks, locks.
No, yeah. I was trying the locks, and somehow my barber.
Too much work.
Yeah, he said to me, he said,
they're gonna have to hurry here, and he does. Paul was coming across, but his football skills nothing like Murray's.
Yes,
And,
he couldn't. A good run though in the end. It was well judged by Blackwood. He called immediately. Give him credit for that because as he played it, he called for the run.
And
And
he
he's
was
quick,
going,
eh?
and he
He's
was
quick
going to the
between the
danger.
stumps.
And,
Yeah. He's quick between the stumps. Yeah, my barber told me that if I wanted locks, I wouldn't be able to pay. I wouldn't have enough money to pay him to try and do that. So I gave up on the idea.
But what kind of foolish barber you
I
have?
don't know. I don't know. I was very distressed.
How he
Ruskin.
could tell a
Yeah.
multi-millionaire
Yeah,
you don't have
sorry,
enough
tell
money.
her what?
A multi-millionaire, you don't have enough money to pay for here. I mean,
I'm not
you
understanding.
better write
I'm
down
not-
his name for me so
I'm
I can
not-
give
I'm
him a
not-
call.
I'm not
I want a
understanding.
name and a number.
I'm not
so I can give
understanding
him-
multi and millionaire. Those two words, they're not going together somehow.
All right, billionaire. Let's end it right there.
Campbell's looking good, isn't he?
He's settled. He's
Yeah,
settled nicely.
yeah. And what I like about him, he's just working the ball around nicely, picking up his singles. If you bowl him a bad ball, he's looking to put it away. So I think he started well. And what is good about him now, and I think you made the point, now Blackwood has come in with him. It settles him. He's got somebody at the next end scoring the runs, because you look at Blackwood, 15 from 23 deliveries?
Yeah.
You know, so he's got somebody scoring the runs, which is important for him. He's got 23 from 34.
He doesn't have to try to score off every ball
Exactly.
himself. He could be a little more selective when he wants to attack, and he could just, as you say, rotate, strike, just milk the bowling where necessary. And I suppose that is the experience in him now, because he's been playing for a while. He knows what the demands are at this level. He's the captain of the team, so he's, you're seeing that aspect of his personality now and his understanding of the game coming through here.
It's the first time I'm seeing Thorne.
Edging, and it's going to run. Might go for 4,
It's
and
a
he's
good
just
bit of
blocked.
fielding.
Yep.
Really good fielding.
And excellent work out there. That looked like it was going to head to that third man boundary. A nice healthy edge too.
Yeah. Even if they had a one slip in, he wouldn't have had a chance. It went wide.
That's Ned
Yeah.
tumbling down there.
That's a good stop.
Yep.
I tell you what, he reminded me a little bit of Clinton Pascal, in a way. I don't know if it's the hairstyle, but
Nice straight approach.
That's
Quick
a
arm
good shot.
action. Yep.
wide of the off stump. He cannot go that wide,
Yeah,
because
Ned,
that's easy for Blackwood to just work it around.
he doesn't have a slip there. He doesn't have the protection of that, let's say a third slip or something, so they could easily farm it out there. 45 for 2 after 14. They'll get a little bit of break in proceedings. We'll take a break here as well. Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. 45 for 2, 14 overs completed. Jermaine Blackwood is on 19 and John Campbell is on 23. And it really makes a difference when you have somebody who you know could do the scoring, because Campbell has kind of just shut it down. He hasn't really, I don't think since Blackwood is here, he's made anything by way of an aggressive shot. He's just been trotting along as if he's dropped anchor, and Blackwood is the one who is doing the bulk of the scoring right now.
Well, as we keep saying, it makes life a little easier for Campbell because he knows he's got someone who can score quickly. And so all he's doing really is pushing the ball around, getting the singles, which again is what is called for. All he needs to do is pick up the singles and keep the score rotating. Well, Paul is back into the attack. Just
Have you ever faced a bowler that bowl right arm, 2 balls, and then left arm the next 2, and then went back to right arm the last 2?
I was telling Tony Gray off air, I said he must have to tell the umpire every time.
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah.
Because he has to inform the batsman.
Of course. So, but what I don't understand is, how do you then decide after 2 or 3 balls, look, I'm going to bowl left arm? No. Is it the way the batsman is shaping? Is it?
Well, I think what happened, he was bowling to a right-hander. That's well played.
Good shot.
Yep. Into the gap, and that's 2 bounces into the boundary there at that deep extra cover position. And so 4 runs to John Campbell. Just as we thought, he was kind of trotting along. He opens his shoulder.
Well, it deserved what it got because it was given a little bit of air just outside the line of the off, maybe just on or outside the line, and all he did was lift it beautifully, got under it and hit it over there. Now there's a long off in place, but he went deliberately over extra cover.
Yep. Goes again, this time all along the ground. They're going to have to hurry here, and the
Pick it up.
return. Yep, twice he was trying to receive the thing Sinclair, and on both occasions he failed to pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, right. When you said he had to hurry, because he certainly it went straight to him and hard. Had he picked it up, Blackwood, we keep saying he's quick, but that would have been interesting. Had he picked up that and sent the return in, Blackwood would have had to be hurrying to get in.
Well, he's going to stay. He's going to go now over the wicket to the right-hander, bowling off spin. And but in that first over, what he did, he bowled 2 overs of off spin. He got the wicket.
Yeah.
And then the new batsman that came to the wicket
bowled
was
left
the
arm.
right-hander. So he decided to bowl left arm orthodox.
And I'm surprised to Blackwood that he's not bowling left arm orthodox.
Well, what happened in that one? The 2 balls he bowled left arm were short, and so he probably wasn't controlling his line and his length very well. Edge and is all caught. That's brilliant.
Wow.
But did it go down? It might have been that he trapped
it into
it.
the ground, yeah.
Yep. But that was a good take there by Permaul at slip.
Yeah, lovely reaction from Permaul, but it seemed to have gone down as he drove. Let's have a look.
That was the delivery before.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one earlier, rather, when he just flicked it off his pad and got the single. 50 is on the board. It's 50 for 2. After 15 overs. So they're not really, as I say, setting the place alight. Just over 3 and over. 3.33.
Would have been it was a really good take from Permaul at slip. Had it didn't hit the ground first. If it did not, it would have been in a lot of trouble. So Thorne starts anew over to Campbell. I think that ball just hurried on to him a little bit. He was on that back foot, looking to pull it over mid-wicket. But I thought it just hurried on to him and didn't give him the room in which to play that expansive pull shot. And in the end, he was just playing it out to mid-wicket.
So on the spin around the team, well, of course, gets an opportunity here, and I'm sure he'd like to really express himself. Too much on the legs on that occasion. They're going back for the second run. They're going to have to hurry. And it was a good return, although it bounced before it actually got to the wicketkeeper. And once again, we see this so often, Colin. The wicketkeeper assumed a position in front of the stumps and then have to take the ball and fetch the stumps after, as opposed to staying behind the stumps and then going. But some people, I know the school of thought is the wicketkeeper could actually move faster that way. But I really prefer if they stay behind the stumps.
I agree with you.
And then just one motion, he could come forward, collect the ball, and remove the bails.
Yeah. Well, if you've got to go forward, it's easier than if you have to
come back,
that you're staying in front of the stumps and then having to go back. I would think it's almost like a catching, if you're feeling at long off or long on. They always tell you stay on the boundary line, that you could come in rather than having to go back.
From around the wicket this time. This time it's have to hurry again, and a nice direct hit now. There's an appeal for a run out, but once again Blackwood is lightning fast over between wickets, and he was safely in there.
I tell you what, Ruskin, anybody else they could have gone. It was a brilliant bit of fielding. Absolutely brilliant.
Look at him. He's actually standing up, watching as the ball arrives safely home. There's a little bit of Usain Bolt in him.
Yeah, certainly he looked good getting home. But we know Blackwood is quick, over the between the sticks. He's really, really quick. And what was good about it as well, from the time Campbell called, he responded immediately.
And it's almost like Campbell willed him to come and take that single. A no ball. First for the morning.
You don't want to be bowling these type of deliveries.
Free hit.
Yep, you're giving away a free hit. And the field can't change. If they had took a single, then you could adjust the field to suit for the free hit to the right-hander. But because Campbell didn't get a run, they have to stay with the same field.
So he's bowling around the wicket, and I don't know, he might have just overstepped there.
That's interesting. It was a slow delivery, and it sort of just bounced like a tennis ball, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, most of the free hit deliveries now are those hit into the wicket, and trying to see if the batsman would just swing at it and maybe just sky it. Most you could get is a single or so, because it's a free hit. You can't get the wicket off of it, so they'll just.
Most of these pacers now, Ruskin, it's their variety which is causing problems. I looked at Matthew Ford. I've always had a lot of time for Matthew Ford. I think he's a good young cricketer. Many years ago I saw him, and I've always felt that he's a good cricketer. What I like about him now, in addition to him getting that ball to swing away from the right-hander and the odd one to come back, is his variety. He's bowling the slower ball, he's bowling the quicker delivery, and he's bowling one from the back of the hand as well. So I think that is what a lot of the pacers need now to do. I think that West Indies still have a problem with death bowling. Since DJ Bravo has retired and gone.
Remember when we thought this boy McCall was the one McCoy was going to come and...
Yeah, McCoy.
But
McCoy.
But he hasn't. Fitness has really some. That's a good hit, because the field is up.
Safe.
Yep. Safely over the head of the middle fielder. Down to long off for 4 runs. So pushing on here. 60 now for 2 after 16.
And these two look comfortable. Campbell on 33, Blackwood on 23. What I like about them is they're running between the wickets is good. They're playing each ball on its merit. If you bowl a bad delivery, they're going to punish it. Other than that, they're just working the ball around nicely, picking up the singles, and it's been a good partnership so far. When you think of it, and they were 20 for 2, so they've added 40 runs, and they've added 40 runs really, without any problems.
Yeah. No, when I did the toss this morning, I was asking John Campbell that, and he said, had he won the toss, he would have batted.
Ah, okay.
And I think he sort of accommodated the loss of a couple wickets, but he felt that the wicket was still a good enough wicket to
the ball was
bat.
going to come through. Yeah.
So I think it's working to plan.
It's a little too full from Chanda Paul. He's looking pretty decent, isn't he? I think at youth
I think
level,
this is the most I've seen him bowl at this level.
I think at youth level he bowled.
Yep, he bowled quite a bit.
Yeah, but since he's come into the senior ranks, I haven't seen much of him bowling. But he doesn't look bad, does he?
No,
He's getting a good line, good length.
he's in the mold of a Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, that's right.
They will give the ball some flight. It's almost as if they're tempting you to take your life in your hands. Go over the top. If you're near man, hit this.
Well, they've got a long off and a long on,
Well, that's why.
so you can actually give the ball a little air and say to Blackwood, as you rightly said, hit it if you want.
But his areas are pretty good to her because he's not, like on his pad so too much. He's still just off thumb, just outside the off thumb. So he has to respect it based on the line alone. So this has been a decent over so far.
Yeah, I think
Just
the
a one run.
Yep.
And he hasn't switched hands as yet.
I haven't seen him switch hands since I've come on here.
Yep.
Like he says, probably saying, Murray's on here, I'm not going to bowl this left arm, I'll just keep bowling off spin.
Yeah, that one was a quicker delivery there. Blackwood is trying to punch it through the offside. Missed it, probably just going on with the arm. Again, the end of a good over.
Yeah, a very good over actually.
Just
I
a one
liked
run.
his line and I liked his length. Just the one run.
61
Yep,
for
61 for two. Yeah, I liked his line. I liked his length, Ruskin. He certainly didn't stray wide of that off stump or even going down the leg side. But it seems to be Versami Permaul.
Yeah, there's been a plethora of spin bowlers here. There's only Thorne is the only fast bowler we've seen for the morning.
Well, you've got Sinclair, you've got Permaul, you've got Ned, and you've got Chandapol.
Yep, so they're giving everybody, they're giving them a good work, and he's rotating them quite a bit. Ned started, and Permaul bowled one over, and and then of course, the Sinclair came in, bowled a couple, and now Veerasamy Permaul is back. So Teja and Chandapol 3 overs, of course, him 8 runs plus that wicket. So he's done very well. And now Permaul is into his 3rd over. His first 2, of course, him just 4 runs.
Yeah.
Yep. So they've done well. So were you impressed with the West Indies last night, Colin?
I was. I think they handled it very well. I was not happy with the 24 for 4 and them getting to 264. And but I suppose when you thought Romario Shepherd got injured, and Shufain Rutherford. No, I have a little problem with that because at Shufain Rutherford's pace, okay, he should be able to bowl 6 balls on a good line and a good length. I think he tries too much. A former fast bowler who I will remain nameless told me that he doesn't practice enough, or he doesn't practice his bowling enough. He doesn't bowl enough. Some nonsense like that he was telling me.
Is that the fast bowler who was the goalkeeper?
I won't tell you.
Okay.
I wouldn't go there. But my point is, yeah, my point. I was in the air a little bit.
Yes.
And my point is, Ruskin, if he's bowling at that type of pace, he should go in the nets. Because you could never tell when you need him to bowl an over or 2.
But you would think he was a net bowler.
Well, so if he goes into the nets, he must go into the nets and say, okay, where can I put this ball that they can either they're not
limit the scoring options.
But yesterday he was bowling wide of the off stump. He bowled down the leg side. He bowled short. He bowled a half volley. He bowled a full toss. That was just in one over. He bowled those different deliveries.
And he wasn't switching hands.
No, but it was ridiculous. And I'm not. I'm just saying. He needs to pay. Maybe he does.
If they're using him, then he has
needs to pay a little more attention to his bowling. Because at that pace, Ruskin, at that pace, you can't tell me. I think at my age now, I could go and bowl 6 balls on a spot outside the line of the off stump.
I'm just saying that with a straight face, Colin?
Yeah. I'm just thinking of it. But that's well played. Good
they're
fielding.
fielding very well.
Yeah.
This is not the first time. We've seen this a lot. This is Niall Smith, but it's also Sinclair. Sinclair has been
Good
brilliant
in the field. Yeah.
in the field. And they've been moving him around there. He's at that mid-wicket position now. Sometimes he's at backward point.
Yeah, and when you think of it, he bowled 23 balls for 57 runs. I mean, I was disappointed. That was the only aspect of the cricket yesterday I was
I
disappointed
know
in.
Tony Gray is going to ask you about the incident in the field last night.
That's something I'm waiting for
Yeah.
Tony, because I'm waiting for Tony Gray, because these fast bowlers, they get beside themselves all of a sudden. I've captained Tony Gray now. I've told him on a multitude of occasions, behave yourself.
You've had the indignity of captain.
Yeah, and I've told him on a multitude of occasions, behave yourself. And thankfully he was
listened to
he was
you.
a good boy, and he
Yeah,
listened to me.
yeah. Thinks
But,
his parents wouldn't do. You had to do.
Yeah, no, his father. He couldn't. When his father was around, he couldn't say boo.
61 for 2, a maiden over from Permaul there. 18 completed.
Yeah, good over from Permaul again, but you expect that. Good. What I like about it, he was giving a little bit of air, and he's saying to Campbell, okay, but Campbell was not tempted to go over the top, playing everything on the ground in front of him towards extra cover. So it was a good battle there, I thought. Permaul just tempting him, and Campbell wasn't tempted to do anything rash. So a maiden over, and Permaul now, 3 overs, none for 4.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. Chandapal is going to continue. 1 for 8 from his 3 overs.
I'm surprised if he does bowl this left arm Ruskin, that he's not going left arm orthodox to the right hander.
I think he, well, I can't say that for sure, but I feel he's put that option away for now. Because, like I said, his length wasn't good at all. He was short and wide. He got away with it, but he recognized something that's not working today. And there is Kimo Paul reading the little paddle sweep, trying to run down the leg side. The ball hit the bat, or did it? Or it hit the pad?
I think it hit the pad.
Hit the pad, and it went past slip, right where he was. And he was going down the leg side, trying to anticipate where the ball was going to go. It hit the pad and went right where he was standing.
Yeah, sometimes you read things. Kimo Paul was deceived by that one. Came off the pad, but he was not to know that. He was looking at how the batsman was shaping. There
This
he goes.
is it. It's in the air, but that's gone. And it went all the way too.
Yep, that's a good hit. Because there's a man deep at a backward square leg, but he went even finer, which was good. He picked out that man and said, okay, I'm going to go to his left. And what was good is he hit it well.
Yes, Nandu is out there, but had no chance getting across to it. So Chandapal just had his figure spoiled there just a little bit. And
Gone
again. And there's Sinclair smartly.
I think he's pushing it through a little too much. I think he needs to just hold it back slightly, give it a little bit more air and say to Campbell, okay. Because I tell you what, Campbell is giving me the impression if he gives it a little bit of air, he may go after him. Even though in the previous over against Permaul, I think it's all a mindset as well, you know.
Plus he's probably respecting Permaul's experience.
Yes, that's correct. It's a good shot. Blackwood is looking good as well.
Looking for 2 here. Is he going to come back? No. He decided against his net again, is quickly onto the ball there to limit the batsman to just the 1 run.
I think the runs are starting to come easy. They've got to look at maybe taking Chandapal out of the attack. But who do you bring?
Well, they
You
have
go back
options.
to Junior Sinclair.
And they haven't bowled, they could go with Niall Smith or somebody. Try
a little bit of pace from that end.
Paul.
Because
you keep forgetting Kimo Paul is on the field.
but I think they're getting the better of Chandapal now because they're just pushing it around easily and picking up the singles. So a good over for the Scorpions.
They're not trying to overhit him. 73 for 2 at the end of that over. This time, Colin, 12 runs coming off of that over.
Yeah, and they look very, very comfortable now against Chandapal. They're just picking off the singles towards a long off, both the left hander and the right hander. And then when he aims that delivery into the middle and leg, Campbell is sweeping. So it's they're starting to get, to me, they're starting to get the better of Chandapal. And they need now, Guyana need to decide, do we continue with Chandapal for another over or do we just change it up a little bit?
I'm sure they will try to do that. I think Tevin Imlach is probably aware of what the batsmen are trying to do now, and he knows that he has to respond to that.
That's good. That's good from Permaul, giving it a little bit of air. Saw Campbell coming down and sort of pushed it more into the body of Campbell. But again, he was able just to work it towards that leg side. But I like this battle here now between Permaul and Campbell. Campbell looking to take him on. And the previous over, he was very composed, was Campbell, and just pushing the ball into the offside. But here, the first delivery, you could see with the intent of Campbell coming down the pitch.
Do you know, in his first 3 overs, 18 balls, he had 14 dot balls.
Yeah.
Veerasamy Permaul.
He's a wily old customer, isn't he? Lots of experience. That's a good shot.
Well played, very well played. Now the thinking 2 here. Here is Torn.
But they're quick. Campbell and Blackwood, there was always going to be 2. Yeah, the thing, when you look at Permaul, I mean, there are so many good left-arm spinners in the region. Of course, his compatriot Moti, Gudakesh Moti, has now gone way above everybody else. Akil Hussain is more into the white ball version. But Moti is playing all the formats now, including Test cricket. Of course, there's Carrie Pear, who can't even get a look in, but did well with the St. Lucia Kings in the CPL.
He's a champion.
Yeah. So it's a lot of what I'd love to see more in the region, Ruskin, and I'm begging the territorial boards to look around. We need a leg spinner. We need a left arm back of the hand spinner. You know, Tony Gray used to bowl a little bit of leg spin, but he gave it up. He gave it up after 2 overs and started to bowl fast. But we really certainly have to try and get that in the region, because I find when you look at the caliber of our batsmen playing against good leg spinners.
Adil Rashid.
Yeah.
He bowled well last night.
Yeah. And even the Sri Lankan, Hasaranga, we're struggling a little bit. That's a good shot. The reverse sweep. I don't like it.
And he got 4 runs.
Yeah.
Well.
It was hit hard, wasn't it?
Yep, but he had it covered. Net had it covered.
Should have stopped it.
Yep. He didn't have to move very far. He was just waiting for it to arrive, and then it just sort of eluded his grasp.
Yeah, so, you know, and you look at the West Indies lineup. I mean, outside of Hayden Walsh Jr., who is not getting a game, where are the leg spinners? You know, where are the left arm, back of the hand spinners? Where are they? They've gone off out of West Indies cricket?
Yeah, we have a few, but they're
Well,
not.
where are they?
They're not really, emerging as frontline spinners. As well bowled again.
Tell me who you're thinking of, because you look at the CPL, for example, and all the left arms, back of the hand spinners or the leg spinners are from overseas. End of the over.
Yep, 81 for 2. And I'm going to take a breather, and your good friend.
Oh God, you're going to leave
and
me? You're going to do me that?
Your goalkeeping colleague, Tony.
Yeah, he doesn't like me talking
Green.
about his goalkeeping, Ruskin. So don't mention it, I beg you.
All right. Well, I
Yeah,
mentioned
don't
it
mention
already.
it.
So
Yeah, but
it's up to you now
Yeah,
not to
no,
mention it.
I'm going to praise him. I'm going to actually praise him, Ruskin. He'll be in shock. Get a doctor. Yeah, I'm going to praise him. I'm going to praise him. Have a doctor standing by. So 81 for 2. Is there a change in bowling, or Chanderpaul is going to continue? It appears that Chanderpaul is going to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 18. As he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Blackwood, who's on 28. Campbell is on 47. Really, he's got there in quick time. And a couple good shots, couple sweep shots. He's been pushing the ball around nicely. He's done well. 20 overs have gone. 81 for 2. So the Scorpions are really doing well. Anthony Hollis-Gray, how are you, sir?
I'm okay, Colin Murray. Good morning to you. Good morning to listeners and viewers.
Yeah, it's... why did Ruskin Mark... I tried my best to support you, but he always seems to have a problem
He's
with
jealous.
you.
He's jealous.
Is he?
Taller,
Yeah,
better footballer,
better looking?
better looking.
Oh,
yeah.
my God. Here is a quick delivery, but badly lined by Chanderpaul. That's going to run away for 4. quick delivery. He tried to push it through, but when you're trying to push it through, you got to get it on the stumps, not outside the line of the leg stump. And all Blackwood did was to flick it down towards fine leg. There's no one there. There's a man at a short backward square, but this went towards fine leg, and he's picked up 4 easy runs. He's on 32 now, and 85 for 2. I was making the point to Ruskin that I think the batters here now, they've got accustomed to Chanderpaul, and runs seem to be coming easily from the end that Chanderpaul is bowling from, the Brian Lara Pavilion end.
Not only that, Colin, I think that he's not accustomed bowling this long in the List A game. So they've used him. He's bowled well, but I think it's a change now from that end because he's bowled too long, and you've seen the batsman settling down against him, and the ball is going to the boundary.
Well, he's a surprise. I thought he came in as the surprise package. He bowled 1 or 2 overs, picked up a wicket. I thought they would have taken him back out to the attack and maybe bring him back later. But bowling him today, probably the top, not probably, the best 2 Jamaican batsmen here, the Scorpions. It'll ask a lot for Chanderpaul to dismiss one of them. And having said that, he could very well do it, but they look comfortable against him.
I believe in matchups in the one-day game, the T20 game. You want your best bowler to bowl against these experienced batsmen and to try to dislodge one of them at least.
It's a good drive from Campbell. So he's on to 48 now. He's batted well, hasn't he? What I like about him so far, Tony, he's played every ball on merit. It's the end of the 21st over. At the end of it, 87 for 2.
Well, you were late again today, Colin Murray.
Late?
Yeah.
No, I was in the back of the booth.
Supposed to
I was in the back of the booth,
You're
Tony
supposed
Gray.
to come here at
Tony
about
Gray, you're not
8:30.
listening to me. I said I was in the back
But
of
you're
the
late.
booth.
But what we saw earlier on at the start of the day was he was kind of like sort of scratchy, very circumspect because of the nature of the pitch. It had some early morning moisture. And he said that the pre-match interview with Ruskin Mark, he said that he expects the ball to turn a little bit. And you saw it. But now he's a lot more fluent, and he's backed up by his batting partner in Blackwood.
And having lost the first 2 wickets with his total on 20, these 2 have put on 67. And he's not afraid to use his feet. I like Permaul giving it some air. He's not afraid to do that. And Campbell using his feet, but again, very much in control, playing that ball all along the ground.
Yes, he's moving out of his crease nicely and getting to the pitch of the ball. He's pushing back the spinners. Like the fact, too, Colin Murray, that is hitting down the wicket. Both batsmen have been inclined to use the face of the bat a lot more than just opening the face.
Yeah, what has been good, they've been playing in that arc between, say, a wideish mid-off and a wideish mid-on. They've been playing in that arc, but the 2 of them, they look so comfortable that you think that they would be looking for big scores.
I've been really impressed with Blackwood reaching out to the ball. Normally he stands at his crease and just uses his hands nicely. He's good with his hands, but he's getting onto the pitch of the ball. The ball is not turning like it did in the early parts of the innings because of the early moisture not being there again. The sun is out nicely and it's dried up.
It's a good shot again. Too short. He's going to pick up a couple runs, and that's going to be his 50. Excellent knock from Campbell. 51 in 63 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes. It's been really his strike rate at 80.95. So it's been a really good knock so far.
Yeah, he's been situational in that he's taken his time. He's played some very good shots. He's been watchful. This has been a captain's innings, and he would want to carry on because he's done the hard work already. He's laid a foundation with Blackwood, and he would want to bat deep into this innings.
It's gone for that reverse sweep again. He's hit it well. This time Ned is going to stop it on the boundary, and they pick up 2 runs. And what has been good about this, the knock as well, Tony, it's the running between the wickets. I think they've both run well. They understand each other. They're quick between the wickets. So they're getting the quick single when they need it. They're turning 1s into 2s. So it's not only their batting has been good, their running has also been very good.
Well, when you have somebody like Blackwood at the other end, and Campbell is not slow He's Jamaican, so he's expected to be fast. But Blackwood is fleet-footed between the sticks. And the response, as you mentioned, has been excellent. They put a lot of pressure on the Guyanese team in the field.
Oh, he's given it away, hasn't he? A delivery that really didn't come onto him, and he just pushed at it. And because of that, a good piece of bowling by Permaul. You have to give him credit. But Campbell, he walks away very, very disillusioned because he really gave it away, didn't he?
Yeah, soft dismissal. He's been batting well. He's been waiting on those sort of deliveries. He can get out to those sort of deliveries, but he's opted to stay at his crease and just pushed at the ball, playing with hard hands, really, playing too early and presenting a very easy catch for Permaul. But Permaul, with his experience and his ability to be cunning out there, showing that he held back that one, although it was flighted.
He held it back.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
So Campbell goes for 53, caught and bowled Permaul, and the Scorpions, they are now 93 for 3.
Yeah, just mentioned, and perhaps commentators curse Colin
how
Murray
well they were
because
batting. Yeah.
he was batting well, and I just mentioned that they needed to bat long into the innings, and long into the innings in this situation is 40, 42 overs. But let's see it again.
Yeah.
Fly to delivery, playing too early.
High up on the bat as well.
Pushing at that one. Looking for runs, and you want batsmen to look for runs, but you have to play each ball in its merit.
Well, it's the end of the partnership, useful partnership of 73 between Blackwood and Campbell. But that's now ended. And Brad Barnes, the tall, big figure, he's bigger than you, Tony Gray. He's taller,
he's not
taller,
tall.
he's more muscular. Everything about him is you would like to be. You look at Brad Barnes, and he's well, never mind, Tony. It's everybody has their own.
He's a good all-round player. He's about 6'2", 6'7", taller, slimmer, but he's got some broad shoulders. Colin Murray, you laughing?
Slimmer?
Yeah, I'm slimmer. I'm slimmer than him.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Did some weights this morning.
Did
I was
you?
in the gym. Yeah.
Ah.
Did some weights, upper body work.
Oh, did you? Doesn't show. It really doesn't show. But I'm happy you did some weights because at least
you need some.
No, I don't. I'm good. I'm happy with my physique.
Well, I'm not happy with the
well,
way
that's
you
you.
look.
You don't have to be. I don't care. But I'm very happy with my physique. I eat well.
You eat well?
Oh yeah, I eat very well. But it's going to be Blackwood because it was the final delivery from Permaul, and Ned, very interesting, is back into the attack. So they're looking to probably get another quick wicket, Tony, if they can get hold of the new batsman in Barnes, if they can pick him up, put a little pressure on him as well. And not a bad idea that Ned is into the attack. Would you have kept Chanderpaul another over?
No, not really. You got to be assertive here. At the start of the innings, Imlak was very assertive with his field placing. And I think it's the right time to bring on Ned. He's bowled 6 overs. He's been very good, always very frugal. And they're searching for wickets again. So you have to look for that additional point. Remember, there's bonus points too. So it's good move by Imlak.
Yep, and the new batsman in Barnes, he's a big man, isn't he? Whew. He's huge. And forward he goes to the first delivery from Ned again. And I would like to see Ned just give it a little bit of a tempt Barnes. I'm not sure if he's going to be tempted, but maybe he's just decided to bowl a couple flat, quick deliveries, let him get on the front foot, and then give one some air. Another delivery that was quick, flat, and bringing Barnes on that front foot in a forward defensive position.
I like the field placing now, trying to bring Barnes on the front foot and trying to have him drive into the ball. There's a man at a short extra cover position. Excellent field placing.
Well, loud appeal goes up, and he's gone. Well, so the move has worked. They've brought the numero uno bowler in Ned, Ashmi Ned, back into the attack, and Barnes goes. Let's have a look at it, Tony. Call it.
Yeah, very good delivery. It looks like the bowler was coming back in. He was hit on the back foot, not coming out, not using that physical size, and they're trying to play the ball off the pitch, and it would have cannoned onto the leg stump. So good decision by the umpire, but not playing in accordance to the length of the ball band.
But not only that, Tony, when you've always been told as a young man growing up, when you first go to bat, and well, you would be different because you weren't a batsman, but as a batsman, you always told get on the front foot as much as possible when you first go into bat. You know, except of course if the ball is short. But they always tell you try to get on your front foot. Get on your front foot. It's better. You get the pace and the bounce of the ball.
Well, I was told something different. Your weight need to be going forward against the faster bowlers, and sometimes you can move the back foot, the initial back foot movement against the faster bowlers, but against the spinners, you need to try to get forward, and if the ball is short, then you rock back and play like me and Brian Lara.
So the total, no, just going up to St. Augustine, there's a game on St. Augustine, West Indies Academy, against the Toronto Red Force. The Academy, they're 74 for 5 at the moment. Akim Ogis 11, Carlon Bowen Tuckett, North, Rivaldo Clark 30, Teddy Bishop 13, and Nimar Bolden 9. So they've lost those 5 wickets already with 74 runs on the board. Carrie Pear has picked up 2 for 12. Yannick Carrier, he has got 2 for 17.
You're talking about wrist spinners. You're not seeing a lot of them, except for Hayden Walsh Jr.,
Yep.
former UTT player, University of Trinidad and Tobago. Very impressive young man, excellent in the field.
Well, let me ask you: have you thought he's progressed from that level to international level, from youth level going up to international level? Has he progressed?
That's a good question. I don't think so, because I think that they've not managed him properly. I mean, wrist spinners, very hard, that art in cricket. It's the hardest style to bowl, in my opinion, because there's a lack of control most times with wrist spinners. Finger spinners have more control. But you talk about Mutara. Mutara plays for the West Indies Academy team. He's a good wrist spinner.
Well, the end of the over, a successful over, 94 for 4, and we're just having a look there, Tony, at the table. The Pride on top, followed by the Hurricanes, Red Force right there, and the Harpy Eagles. Scorpions, this is a very, very crucial match. You would think that the winner of this match, they're going to push up the table. The loser, well, they're going to find themselves just looking at the top 4 from the outside. So this is a very, very important game for both the Guyana Harpy Eagles and the Jamaica Scorpions.
And there must be a mindfulness, Colin Murray, about the point system, because you can really push up the table with additional bonus points.
Yeah.
But Barbados Pride have won some very close encounters.
Yes,
they've shown that mental capacity to deal with the pressure out there, and you see them at the top of the table.
Yeah, at one point, I think they beat the Harpy Eagles by 1 wicket, and you thought that there was no way they were going to win that game. But so Permaul back into the attack, well, not back into the attack, but continuing, picking up that wicket of Campbell, and they would so love to get this wicket of Blackwood, because if they were to get Blackwood, you would have to think that they would be feeling that, hey, they can win this game, or they can get the Scorpions out for a cheap total. I would think if they get the Scorpions out for maybe 175, they would be very happy.
I think this pitch is going to get better for batting.
Oh, for sure.
It's not going to fluctuate in bounce. It's been very good pitches here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's never going to be too fast. It's never going to be too compact. But you've not seen the ball deviate a lot, especially after the first power play.
Have you been up at the other games, Tony, at the Lara and at St. Augustine? We'll talk about that after. Have you seen any of the games at St. Augustine?
I looked at one game at Brian Lara because I'm also a CWI scout.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I saw a lot of games.
What are you scouting, Tony?
For talent.
It might remind me of Holly Batodier.
That's
Holly
right.
Batodier,
Holly,
yeah. A tall Holly. Yeah.
I met his son, and he's just like
Yeah.
Holly. Just like Holly.
Yes, I met his son many years ago. And you're right, he's a splitting image of Holly. You know, but you were telling me about the Lara.
Yeah, it's
Well, no, and the only reason I'm asking about the other games is how you compare the pitches in terms of we've spoken about the Oval. How do you compare St. Augustine and Lara?
Well, Lara is good. Again,
Good for
consistent
batting,
bonks
ball,
and
yeah.
that sort of thing. A little slow. Pitches
Yeah.
in Trinidad would not be very quick and, a lot of lateral movement. So it's a little slow, but it's not too dissimilar from this pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Somebody told me the St. Augustine pitch, and I haven't been up there, that the ball is turning quite a lot.
Well, that was the first game. The first game, the ball spun all over the place, and from ball 1-2. So it was very difficult for the batsmen. And remember, that's the first game of the tournament, and the batsmen need to get into the rhythm first of all. But that's the end of the over.
Yeah, so it's 96 for 4, and there is the power play 1. So you can have a look at that. I'm not going to go through all of those things. It's not very complicated. I think all the teams know what they have to do to get bonus points. It's interesting, and I think it's a good move. At first, not this year, but bonus points were introduced a few years ago, Tony, with the fast bowlers and things like that. You know, if you played a fast bowler, if the fast bowler was to get a wicket, you get X bonus point and that type of thing. Because they were trying to, here's Ned, they were trying to encourage fast bowlers in a few years ago with bonus points. But now, I think it's much more, how should I put it? Yeah, it's a balanced thing now, rather than just aiming at fast bowlers and that type of thing.
Yes, it's supposed to impact the way we play cricket in the Caribbean, so that it's aligned with what happens internationally. And we talk about what happens internationally. We were excellent last night, in my opinion, in many ways. And, that's a situation with Alzari Joseph. Didn't distract our players, which is a wonderful thing.
I tell you what, Tony, I've never seen that before.
And you were into the game since what, 67 years ago, when you were about 10 years old?
Let's get back into this. You have me confused now.
Well, you're
I
not good at maths.
I thought you meant 1967.
You're not good at maths, Colin Murray.
But I tell you what, I like Alzari. I've always liked Alzari Joseph's attitude. I've always
as a fast bowler.
Yeah, I've always said I call him the mean one, right? Because no, I do. I call him the mean one, because when you look at him, he doesn't smile. He's almost like Andy Roberts, right?
Sir Andy Roberts,
yeah,
that's right.
Sir Andy Roberts. Yeah. And what so I've always had a lot of time for him, but I thought he went a little bit overboard yesterday. And surely he should have had a word with his skipper, in close quarters. Go up to him and say, Skip, so and so and so. I don't like what you're doing, and let them work it out. But you don't start to point and the feel and then walk off.
Yeah.
I mean, that was absolutely crazy, and it's a pity, because I thought, rather than the victory being the talking point, a lot of the talking point was concerning Alzari Joseph and his behavior, which is such a pity. Because you're right, it was a very good victory. And I was he could be in trouble. Glenn said no at first. Now there's a different. Blackwood has got to be careful, because Javel Glenn is no way as quick as Campbell. Yeah. So he's got to be very careful. It's the end of the over, however. 25 overs have now been bowled. It's 98 for 4.
Yeah, you're seeing Blackwood notch a ball wrong, but back to that point about Alzari Joseph, I think that he needs professional help, because we've seen signs of that type of behavior remonstrating on the field of play. In the test match in England recently, the 3 test matches that were played in England, to me, I think that he was angry all of the times, and you have to control your emotions under pressure or not under pressure, because I think that he's angry all of the times, and there's no internal balance. And we talked about, I remember mentioning to you, that you have to have that internal balance. You cannot be too relaxed, or you cannot be too intense. He's intense all of the time.
I'll tell you what, Tony, I honestly don't mind that, because what I like about Alzari Joseph, and here's a good delivery from Permaul. He had a little bit of bounce as Blackwood was pushing forward to it. What I like about him is his intensity, and I hear you when you talk about there has to be a balance.
Over intense. Yeah.
But you know, he doesn't smile. He doesn't smile. He doesn't seem like he's enjoying his cricket. He obviously is enjoying his cricket. but I just like his intensity. I like when he stares the batsman down. I like when that to me is a fast bowler. When you stare the batsman down and, you get angry because he plays a forward defensive shot or something like that. But maybe, and I hear you about help, it could be in how he deals with situations rather than him just coming to bowl and angry at a batsman because the batsman may hit him for 4, but maybe how he deals with situations.
The controlled aggression that a fast bowler must start internally first of all. You want to be intense. You want to be somewhat of a hater to batsmen.
Yeah.
Because you dislike batsmen. You
That's
want to
right.
get them out. You want to be aggressive. But you also want to have control of emotions and emotional intelligence too.
Yeah. Here is Permaul with to Glenn. Glenn hasn't faced many balls. Just 8 deliveries so far. He's looked pretty comfortable. Yeah, I just like him, and because of the way he's aggressive and when he runs into bowl and. Yesterday was just a little too much for me. You can't just walk off the field like that, Tony.
10 men
I
on
tell
the
you,
field.
I tell you what, I would have probably. He's lucky. Here's the end of the over from Permaul. At the end of it, 26 overs have been bowled, yes, and it's 99 for 4, and we're having a bit of a drinks break. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break here ourselves, Tony. And when we come back, I'm just going to finish my point on Alzari Joseph. Well, welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval. It's 99 for 4 after 26 overs. The Guyana Harpy Eagles at the moment very much on top. And you have to think that the Jamaica Scorpions, they're in a little bit of trouble. Blackwood is the main man now. He's got to continue. He's on 38 not out. And you would have to think if the Scorpions are to get anywhere close to 200 and beyond, Blackwood has to play a big part in that. And the others, Javel, Glenn, and the rest of the Jamaica Scorpions batting, they've got to support him. But he is if he was to go in the next maybe 10 runs, then you would have to think that the Harpy Eagles would be totally on top. of this game. Well, here we go with the first over after the drinks break. And Ned is continuing. Ned in his 9th over, 2 for 20. That's outstanding figures, Tony.
Yeah, I think they will look to bowl him out, especially if Blackwood is there, because they have to get Blackwood's wicket. If they get him very early after the drinks break, they can perhaps be looking at 150.
Yeah, it certainly is. But just going back, I wanted to make a point to you on the Alzari Joseph situation, where he's lucky that Shea Hope, who I thought handled the situation brilliantly. I have a lot of time for Shea Hope, you know, in a lot of ways, not only in terms of his batting, but in terms of his captaincy, how he handles the team and that type of thing, how he speaks after in interviews. I think he's absolutely brilliant. He looks a cool customer. You know, he's haven't really haven't really sat down. Oh, that's dropped it. Well, not a great shot from Jermaine Blackwood. He followed it outside the line of the off stump, and he tried to steer it wide of slip. You had to think that Kimo Paul should have held on to it. Let's have a look. He got his right hand to it. It went quickly, but once he got his right hand, it is the kind of catches that would stick, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that was a good effort because it was not an easy catch to take. He had to dive full length to his right with one hand too. So good effort by Kimo Paul, but a nothing shot by Blackwood.
Yeah, terrible shot.
It was a wide delivery. It was going further away from him. He didn't have control, and he was looking to play a dap shot with that slip in place, that lone slip in place.
Yeah, it wasn't a good shot at all.
That's
Much
well
better.
played, yeah.
And brings up the 100 now with that on drive. He's just going to pick up a single. And so it's now what? 100 for 4. Still one delivery left in over number 27.
Yeah, what Ned has done here is that he's had a change in pace, change in trajectory, and also change in lines and lengths. So he's really been with the variety amongst the deliveries that he has bowled.
Well, here's his final delivery of his 9th over. They're going to pick up a quick single. Blackwood is always going to get down to the striker's end quickly. Leg by signal from the umpire. The end of the over, end of 27 overs, 101 for 4. Yeah, just going back to that, Shea Hope he handled the situation, I thought, very, very well. But another captain, another time, and I wouldn't call names, he would have been told to stay off the field, don't come back on.
Yeah, one of the things about captaincy is personalities,
Yeah.
and the most captains lead by their personalities. I think that Shea Hope is most times he can be stoic, but he can be stern too.
Yeah.
He's got this firm, professional type of personality. And you're right, Colin Murray. I have to applaud the way he handled it. Darren Sammy handled it properly.
Yeah.
Remember, after the break now, you're not talking about, Alzari Joseph's behavior on the field. You want guys to be focused to go in there at the bat.
That's right.
And they did an excellent job. And these are the things that should be complimented because you cannot prepare for something like that. There's no amount of coaching preparation that can prepare you for a bowler saying, no, I'm angry, I'm going to walk off the field.
Yes. How did I handle you, Tony Gray? You were happy with how I handled you?
Not really.
You were a difficult customer at times.
In what way?
Well, you were moody. You were very moody.
You
know?
think so?
Yeah. When you didn't get a wicket, you were very moody.
Not happy.
And you're not happy. Oh, I thought you were very moody. You didn't pick up a wicket. You thought you should have got a wicket. You didn't get a wicket. You were very moody, and I had to handle you in a very with kid gloves.
Yeah, it's like fast bowlers need wickets. They're running up a distance. McGrath was like that.
Glenn McGrath.
Yeah, very moody. These guys work hard. Fast bowlers work hard, and when you don't get wickets for you, especially when guys like you drop a lot of catches and slip.
I don't drop. I don't go slip to drop catches.
Yeah, you don't go anywhere.
I go cover mid off.
Cover.
Yeah, mid on.
But you gotta have speed.
Well, I have to keep talking to you, especially so I was at mid off. I'm telling you, Tony. Keep your cool. Here is Kimo Paul. Oh, that's a good delivery. So Kimo Paul into the attack for the first time this morning. And that delivery pitched the left-handed Glenn, beat the outside edge. Good delivery.
One of the things about Kimo Paul is that the mentality that we're talking about fast bowlers, he has it. He's got that warrior type mentality. And he bowls wicket-taking deliveries a lot. But it's in-between deliveries, the stock deliveries that he needs to be a lot more consistent. but he's been impressive in this tournament.
He has been. He's one that is looking to sort of get back into the West Indies team. He's gone off the boil a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah,
And I think,
injuries and
yeah.
everything.
And,
Recently got married and had a child, so it's good to see these young men doing the business.
Yeah, well, he's back, which is good. I heard they were talking about Justin Graves, that Brandon King was under pressure and things like that. But what is now evident, Tony, King, Lewis, and Carty, they're very, very difficult to remove, any of them.
Well, I think that you have to look at the youngster. You're talking about a squad.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about a squad. The youngster, Joel Andrews, he's had some
I
experience.
have a lot of time for that
yeah,
young
he's
man.
a good player, but he's going to be the one that would depart, in my opinion.
There's trouble if he hits. So I think Glenn would have been gone. Blackwood has got to be careful because Javel Glenn is in no way close to Campbell. Look at him. He started late as well, Tony. If you look at that run, he would have been gone.
Yeah, and you have to adjust so much of the batsman. You're right in saying that this is a different batting partner. He's not as fast between the sticks. And the Guyana Happy Eagles fielders understand that they're throwing to his end and not to Blackwood's end. I don't think they could get Blackwood around with at all with that speed between the sticks. It's well bowled and well played.
Yeah, very well played, actually. That one came into Glenn slightly, so he's mixing up his deliveries. Kimo Paul, what is good so far? He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length.
Yeah, he's gotten one or two deliveries to move up the seam. And you're seeing in different lengths here now, but with control. So he's attacking the stumps. He's been very direct here. And this is first over. Or his second over.
No,
Third
it's
over.
first over.
Third over.
Who, Kimo Paul?
Yeah, it looks like.
No, he's just bowled 5 deliveries. This is first over, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. Tony,
okay.
you must listen to me at times. You
I made a mistake, but
you don't
because
like
you're
to
distracting
listen.
me,
You
Colin.
just don't like to listen to me, and that's your problem. Yes, no, I've told you.
Well,
listen to me, Tony,
Listen
and
to
you'll
your
be all right.
elders. Listen to your elders.
Well, it is elders, youngsters.
How old are you, Colin?
I'm just 44.
Let's get
all
back
fours.
to the serious part of the game.
All fours.
Come on.
Yeah.
Stop kicksing.
Kicksing? You call it kicksing?
Yeah, kicksing.
Kicksing?
Yeah.
I don't know the
Joking,
meaning.
joking.
Oh, joking.
We're in the Caribbean, Colin. We're not in England.
Yeah. That's a good short delivery. And Imlach didn't hold on to it, but he did well in the end and prevented them from going through for the single. So a good short delivery there from Kimo Paul. The final delivery of the over, and you thought that was not a bad idea because he wants to keep Blackwood at the non-striker's end because it was the end of the over, 28 overs, 104 for 4.
Yeah, in addition to that, he's got the fielder in the right place at backward point, deep backward point. So he's trying that slower, short delivery. You've seen it a lot in T20 cricket. You've seen it a lot in this tournament. They're bowling into the turf and trying to create that false shot by the batsman. But Blackwood has been excellent. His temperament, you know, we've seen him in the past get good starts in Test match cricket,
and get himself
one-day
out.
cricket, and then T20 cricket, and get himself out. He seems to be stable when it comes to his temperament in this particular innings.
Well, Ned is going to continue. I think he's going to be bowled out because he's had 9 overs, 2 for 21. And Glenn looking for a single, but it certainly was not on because that ball was going straight towards Junior Sinclair there, that short, fine leg.
And he is a hawk there.
Yeah.
Gets down quickly to the ball. He's a relatively tall man, but because he's so good at anticipating when the ball goes into the field, that he gets to the ball quickly, swoops down on it, and it's a brilliant fielder to have, that man called Sinclair.
So Ned, in his final over, 2 for 21. It's been a good spell from him, picking up 2 wickets. Oh, one in the dark for Glenn.
Yeah, I've found that, Colin Murray, that the Jamaican batsmen, they like to play through the line of the ball. When the ball is moving, they don't get out to the pitch of the ball, and they can not play for turn. They like to play down the wicket, and this is why I think that Imlach has used so many spin bowlers, because He is obviously experienced and understands the nature of the Jamaican batsmen.
Yeah, so Ned picking up the wicket of Brown, and he bowled him, the first one, and then got Brad Barnes, LBW, without scoring. So 2 for 21, or 2 for 22 now, from his 9.3 overs.
It's well played into the gap.
Yeah, he
Blackwood
waited,
has
he waited
been
and it didn't.
Yeah, he's been timing the ball nicely. He's opted to play off the front foot a lot. He's not a tall man by any means. I think that he could be, what, 5'6"? Messi's height. A great,
Messi.
yeah, great footballer. Messi.
He would have scored on you for sure, from probably half line.
Why you do that, Colin Murray?
Okay,
I was that
okay.
bad as a goalkeeper?
End
You're
of-
hurting me.
End of the over. 29 overs have now been bowled. 106 for 4. I apologize.
No, I accustom you
I
being that way,
apologize.
but when you have you and Ruskin,
Ruskin,
giving me, yeah, Ruskin, yeah.
Ruskin, they treat you badly?
Well, he talks about my goalkeeping prowess.
Well, maybe he saw you. I don't. I saw you for sure. I don't know if Ruskin
No,
saw
well, we
you,
made it
but
to 2 intercul finals.
Yeah.
So it's obviously not the outfielders alone. It has to be the goalkeeper too.
Well, you had the thing about it, when they always talk about when a goalkeeper keeps a clean sheet, it's the defense, nothing to do with the goalkeeper. But we wouldn't go there in your case. I would just give you the benefit. I would give you the benefit of the doubt. Ruskin Marks keep shouting out, "Your
he
lost
didn't play
one, your
intercul
lost
final. He
one."
didn't get to the intercul final, Ruskin.
No.
A big
Ruskin,
defender.
actually, Ruskin was not bad defender. He was
Yeah.
tough. He was.
Well, it was
He
tough,
had.
but
He had a.
I don't think that he had skill.
No, he probably didn't. But the thing with him, he had a thing.
He's big and strong.
Yeah,
That's it.
and it's either the ball and the man. Either the ball and the man couldn't pass. It's either the ball or the man. The two couldn't pass. That was his philosophy.
Slight tackling.
Yeah, that was his philosophy. But here's Kimo Paul. It's going to continue. He's had a good first over, none for 3 so far. And let's see, they're putting a sort of gully in place, or maybe a short backward point, just in case Blackwood plays that slashing drive outside the line. As that, they've got that short backward point and then a gully. So because he likes to play open the face of the bat, Tony, outside the line of the off stump. And if it goes in the air, it could bring those two fielders into play.
Yeah, usually when you have a guy in the gully position, we've seen it a lot in Test match cricket, and the longer version of the regional game, the 4-day game, is because the fast bowler can get the bounce, especially with a new ball. But as you mentioned, he has this tendency, Blackwood, to open the face of the bat.
That's a good shot. Just going to pick up a single. Very good bit of fielding. There, it's behind, who's that? That looks like Savory. The man there at mid-off was diving to his left. He saved 4 runs, no doubt. But Blackwood goes up now, what, to 42 and 107 for 4.
Yeah, I've been impressed with the Guyana Harpy Eagles feeling. They've gotten to the ball very quickly. They're rifling the throws. They've not been able to contain Blackwood and Campbell when they were running well between the wickets, because those guys are fast. But they're doing an excellent job with especially the ground fielding.
Yeah, well, Glenn is going through for a quick single. That's good running on his part. He looked at mid-off and thought he was having a little bit of a nap. And he went through nicely for the single, but good cricket on his part.
Yeah, it's a really well-played shot.
Looks
Waited
like
for
Smith
that ball. Played it with a soft hands. Niall Smith
yeah.
is not as fast as somebody like St. Clair. So this is good batting. Understanding the strengths of the fielders out there and who they can take that quick single to. So good awareness.
Just a quick update, Tony, in St. Augustine. 106 for 6 now. 106 for 6, the Academy. So they've lost another wicket. And seems that Jason Mohammed took the wicket.
Yeah, he's a very difficult bowler because of the slow nature of his bowling. Jason Mohammed, he just ambles up and bowls these lollipops.
Yeah, they look like you can imagine in bowling and Geoffrey Boycott was commentating. I remember years ago, Tony. Not just a few years ago. That's a slower delivery. They're going through for a quick single. Glenn will have to hurry. Tell you what, they're taking some chances with Glenn, but he went through for that single. Again, you have to think a direct hit, he could have been in trouble.
Yeah, I think that with Blackwood, he's not changed his mindset of running fast between the wickets, although Glenn is slower. He just wants to maintain the momentum that he has. That's not a bad thing, but it's got to be mindful that they're throwing at Glenn's end, so they don't want to run out here.
Ruskin Mark is now telling me it's 106 for 7. Jason Mohammed has picked up his second wicket. So, yeah, I was talking about lollipops. Geoffrey Boycott years ago in doing commentary, and Carl Carripe has picked up that one. Okay, Carl Hooper was bowling, and he was going berserk in the commentary box. Short delivery. That's a good idea. Shorter delivery, but slower outside the line of the off stump, and Glenn just allowed it to go through. The end of the over, 109 for 4 now at the end of 30. I'm going to take my leave, Tony, but I just need to tell you this quick story. Boycott was going berserk because he just couldn't believe that Carl Hooper, he said he's just bowling these lollipops. And he was just going berserk. And the English batsmen were pushing and prodding and thing. And he's going, come on, you got to hit him over the top. He's so slow. He was going absolutely berserk. But say, Tony Graham, I'm going to leave you in the good hands of Sean Divas. And you behave yourself. Treat him, he's a gentleman. So treat him nicely. I don't want you being rude to him or anything like that.
Yeah, it's like Jason Mohammed. These bowlers are unusual because you don't get bowlers like that in a net situation, and batsmen would not be accustomed to them. So when they do come into the games, it's always very difficult. You get the measure of the pace that they're bowling, and you have to settle down. And they seem innocuous, but they can be wicket takers. Sean Divas, how are you, sir?
I am too blessed to be stressed. I heard the conversation with Carl Hooper. Do you know that Carl Hooper has 100 test wickets and 100 one-day international wickets?
Yes, I do.
And he's still a lollipop bowler. According to Geoffrey Boycott.
Yeah, bowled against Geoffrey Boycott back in 1985. About probably 2 deliveries, and then he didn't want to come down to the strikers end.
Anderson comes into the attack, another spinner, merely a part-time spinner, similar to Chandra Paul. So Guyana going with spin. They've only used Chemo Paul and Torn. So no sign of Smith yet. 110 for 4.
You have to recognize that the Jamaicans are better at pace on the ball,
yes,
and they want to use that slow type bowler. And you mentioned that Anderson is just a part-time bowler, but they will try him anyway.
On the line of the leg stump, and again a quick single. No real element of danger in that one, as in the previous ones.
Well, the first things first is for Blackwood, who's been set on 44 off of 69 deliveries, to look to bat to 50 overs. They have to look to maximize these 50 overs and look to get into perhaps 220, 30, something for their bowlers to bowl with.
Turned away, can't get a single. Sun breaks out back here at the Queen's Park Oval. Ned is very impressive. 2 for 23 from his 10.
Yeah, what is impressive about him is that he normally bowls the new ball. That's a tactical ploy that the Guyana Happy Eagles have used, and it's worked quite well. We've seen Hossein do that, Akil Hossein, at the international level, and he's been fantastic too. So the general ploy now is to use a spin bowler to start the process. It wasn't that way in my day. It's fast bowlers right through.
I think in the World Cup, New Zealand started with Patel. He was the first spinner to bowl a new ball, open the bowling.
Yeah, but it's always pleasing to see a fast bowler from one end and a spin bowler from the other end. You have to, as a batsman, adjust the pace and then spin.
Ned has been very impressive. 2 for 42 in the last match. And that's hiked away down towards the long on position. They get a single and 3 wickets against Barbados.
Right, yeah, he was very good. And I thought it was a tactical error from Imlach to take him off the bowling, especially when Mayers came to bat. Kyle Mayers came to bat. You have a bowler bowling well, and I told Ruskin Mark that he was not in agreement with me. Got 3 wickets on the day in his first 5 overs, and you took him off. And you have 5 more overs for him to bowl. So I thought he should have bowled 2 more, at least 2 more, at the new batter in Kyle Mayers, the captain of the opposing side.
114 for 4, 31 overs gone. Permaul played 3 test matches. Maybe his career has been badly affected by consistent injuries.
Yeah, and then his mindset too is always attacking. And, I think that when he plays the 4-day game, he's more subdued. He works out a plan a little bit more. He doesn't try too many things. But I like his mindset. He's always going to look for wickets.
A 4th slip in place, or maybe a wide gully. This is Blackwood pushing it into the cover area, getting a single. So good rotation in the strike.
Yeah, there needs to be constant conversation between these 2 batsmen of how they're going to go about getting these runs in the last 20 overs. Very important that they conversate consistently so.
Glenn, the left-hander. 2nd slip in place, and he flicks it away down towards the fine leg position. And it goes into the boundary for 4. He didn't know where exactly was that ball going after he tried to stop it. And eventually it went into the boundary for 4.
That's well played by the batter. Just angling his bat, closing the face. A ball that was pitched on the line of the leg stump. And not trying to overhit the ball, just playing it fine and really fine. And a real challenge for the man at a wideish fine leg position. Didn't have the ability to keep the ball out of the ropes.
Good delivery again, pitched and nibbled away. Just left the batsman. How difficult it is bowling to a left-hander and a right-hander?
Well, you have to practice these things. It can be testing sometimes, especially when both batter playing different types of shots. But you have to be able to change your length and line. And I say length and line because Blackwood is about 5'6". The other guy, he's about 6 feet.
Yes, like when you were playing and batting with David Williams.
Well bowled. Excellent delivery. Excellent delivery. And we've seen that with Permaul, that ability to bowl those outswing type deliveries to the left-hander. Excellent wicket-taking deliveries. That is part of his forte. He has that ability. We'll see it again. Nice, fluent run up to the wicket. Slightly going wide of the crease and rolling his fingers with some pace. It's not easy to do, but excellent wicket-taking delivery. And exactly what the Guyana Happy Eagles team needed at this point in time to see the back of Barnes.
Yeah, so top delivery there from Permaul, the man from Saxakali on one of the Essequibo Islands.
Glenn.
So Glenn is gone, caught behind, and Imlach has taken quite a few catches in this tournament so far. I think he took 4 in the game against the CCC.
Yeah, Glenn not moving his back foot at all, not covering the line, and the ball just moved off the seam, and he squared up Glenn with that type of delivery. What a wonderful delivery, and the ball is still carrying through nicely. to Imlach. So still some pace on this pitch for the faster bowlers to work with.
So that's your house there?
No, it's not. That's Ruskin Mark's house.
Okay.
Colin Murray own is bigger than that. Yeah. Remember what Ruskin Mark just said. Multi-millionaire Colin Murray.
I thought that was your house.
No. I played 5 test matches, Sean. I'm not as affluent as some of the players now. In fact, I'm nowhere close to being rich like Colin Murray and Ruskin Mark.
One left-hander replaces another. Morris comes out. And Blackwood will have to do the bulk of the scoring if the Jamaicans are to get a winning total here today. As I said, Permaul from Saxakali, one of the islands in the Essequibo River. That's a good delivery. Played into the outside, and there's no run.
I know it's not the new ball that Permaul is bowling with. This is to the second over, and the ball is a bit old, but I don't like to see the third slip in place. I think it should have a first slip in place because he's really bowling close to the off stump. And it's a new batsman. I don't expect a new batsman in this situation to be flashing at the ball. He has to bat for Blackwood at the other end.
He's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, which means the ball will no doubt angle across the left-hander. As you said, the third slip too wide as the batter gets a single. So Morris is off the mark as the over is completed.
Yeah, conditions here nice conditions here. The old field would have been dry now because of the heat and the sunlight, and it's not like the early parts of the morning when there was moisture. Was slightly difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball, but now it's dry, and it's a better batting surface because the ball is not moving laterally at all.
And if Jamaica continue with this present run rate, they will get up to 188. Would that be enough?
No, I don't think so. I think that when you look at the Guyanese team, they have very good batters. I want to say batsmen and batters at the same time.
Batters is the new law.
Right,
it's not gender-based. It's the person who is batting.
Yeah.
So it's Anderson bowling his second over. As we said, all day Guyana has given Jamaica a diet of spin. Sun is back now in all its glory.
And the sad thing in this situation is that the Jamaican batsmen cannot target bowlers now. They have to make sure that they can build partnerships,
they have to
because
rebuild.
you've seen a lot of wickets falling at inopportune times, so they cannot target this makeshift bowler in Anderson.
And Guyana can now attack a bit more. Anderson from the county of Berbice, opposite to where Permaul hails from. Outside the leg stump, that might have clipped the pad or something, else it would have been a wide. Umpire Carl Tuckett from Nevis played a few one-day internationals. I felt he should have played more one-day internationals for the West Indies, Carl Tuckett. This is on the line of the leg stump, clipped away, and they get a single.
Yeah, it's a predominantly a leg side field, and obviously Anderson looking to bowl that middle and leg stump line, not give Blackwood any space to play that square cut that he likes so much. That's good bowling. So the makeshift bowlers have bowled well. Chandapol also ambidextrous, as you mentioned time and time again. It's a good skill to have.
And they've got another bowler in their armory who's a little better than a makeshift bowler, Arjun Nandu's son, Machu Nandu. Arjun Nandu was a former first-class player for Guyana, bowled leg spin. Played youth cricket with him.
I remember years ago the great John Buchanan, the former Australian, as we see the end of the over, the former Australian coach during the heydays of Shane Warne and company, Ricky Ponting. Remember they went for 12 straight years of dominance, just 3 short of West Indies dominance. I remember him, being here in Trinidad, and we mentioned that what he was trying to do is trying to build a culture of continued dominance, but also ambidextrous players. That guys can bowl with both arms or hands or arms, and can throw with both hands, and guys who can bat both ways, left arm, right arm.
Although there was a player in Guyana, I think he played a couple of first-class matches, Lloyd Harper. He was ambidextrous, and when he played, when he was fielding at cover, and the ball went to his right, he would throw with his right hand. Went to his left, he would throw with his left hand.
That's amazing, because it can be useful at covering down the angles and sort of creating some pressure for the batsmen.
So Niall Smith, the son of the manager of this team.
Long-serving manager too.
Yeah, Albert Smith. At least Albert Clements now. When he coached me for Berbice and Burmine, he was Albert Smith. Now he's Albert Clements. This is his son, also from the county of Berbice. Berbice has produced the majority of the present Guyana fast bowlers, including Shamar Joseph, who's with the West Indies team.
Question is, why is that so?
Back in the days, Demerara used to produce most of the fast bowlers, the cricketers in general. Players from the country, Essequibo and more likely Berbice, had to come down to play cricket, just like how back in the days they used to come here to get an opportunity to be picked. But now Berbice has got a good program. So they've produced fast bowlers. Ambrose was there. Ryan King was there giving bowling camps. Smith has got a lot of pace also himself, and Turn, who is also from the county of Berbice.
So you have had a perpetuation of fast bowlers, and it's good to have those programs to not just develop fast bowlers, but to scout for fast bowlers. Yeah. And you find them in those rural areas. As you mentioned, Shama Joseph has come on the scene, burst on the scene, and has done well.
Shepherd also bowls medium fast. He's from Berbice. Tyndall, who's in this squad, he's a fast bowler from Berbice also. So is Dimitri Cameron, played in the first-class team.
Different types of fast bowlers. That's what you need. Not only to represent the people of the Caribbean in international cricket, but also, obviously, if you have different types of fast bowlers, you develop your batsmen in a different way. You got guys who can bowl at 90 miles an hour, guys who can swing the ball, so batsmen learn to adjust. That's a good delivery. Slow delivery. He's not looking for pace. There's no real pace on his pitch, although Permaul bowled 1 or 2 fast deliveries. But he's just content and bowling at the stumps. That was a slow delivery, but well played by Blackwood again. One of the things with Blackwood is that normally he's a hard-hitting batsman, but we've seen some depth touches. He's trying to use the face of the bat to put the ball in the gaps, down to third man. A fine leg. He's really batted well, sensibly. He's now on 49, one more for his half century of 76 deliveries.
Well, Morris is in strike, and this is a bad delivery down the leg side, just straying a bit. Maybe the left-hand, right-hand combination put him off there.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting close to the stumps, and Smith getting close to the stumps here and completing his action. Now, he really supposed to do that against Blackwood. I've said it time and time again, fast bowlers can go slightly wide of the crease when bowling against left-handers, just to angle away from them. And that ball would have been a perfect delivery for Blackwood, but it went down the leg side.
So Smith will change his line of attack. No, he wouldn't. thought about it. The batsman had to go back to where he first was. And Smith continues from over the wicket to the left-hander. There is no slip now. There was a second slip in place when he initially came out. Now they've removed that man. They've got a third man, a bit wide, backward point, extra cover. A man on the sweeper position on the cover boundary. Short cover, and Permaul at mid-off.
Yeah, this has been a very good period for Happy Eagles. They have quieted things down a bit. No running between the wickets. There's no big shots being played. There's no boundaries deliveries being delivered.
The partnership between Blackwood and Campbell was a very good one. Not only in the runs they made, they had 73 runs for the third wicket, but in the manner they made them with very quick running, even though the Guyana fielding has been bang on target in this game.
Yeah, and it's about rotation of strike, accumulation of runs, the ones and the twos, even putting pressure on the fielder for the threes. They did it quite well. Unfortunately, they lost the wicket of their captain, Campbell, and it seemed to slow down things a bit.
Hello to you across the largest English-speaking Caribbean country, Jamaica.
That's good bonks, good pace, good bonks. He's hitting the bat very hard, and Blackwood had to really play that one, got behind the line of it. And you're looking at the score now after the end of the over. It's 127 for the last of
Five wickets.
5 wickets off of 34 overs. John Campbell, 53, got to that half century and got out after. But Campbell gone. It's very important that Blackwood bat through the course of the innings.
Even though Campbell had a defensive start, a cautious start, his 50 came up in 63 balls, which is not bad on a pitch like this with so much of spinners being bowled.
Yeah, you have to assess the pitch as a batsman. Initially, it had some moisture, so you had to realize that you needed to be cautious. And then when it got easier for batting and the field was relaxed a little bit more, remember, in the second power play, you have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. He then accumulated runs with Blackwood. He played some excellent shots too.
Anderson continues. What I want to see is more batsmen converting 50s into big half centuries or hundreds.
Well, we've had I think 5 centuries in the tournament thus far.
By 3 batsmen.
With 3 batsmen, one scoring 3 centuries.
In a row.
In a row.
And that's a record. If he gets another one, he'll pass Sarwan's record.
Yeah.
Sarwan made 300s in 2005, 2 in Barbados and 1 in the semi-finals against the
Nandu
Leeward
here for
Islands.
Guyana, and the other one would be Wickham
Yeah.
for Barbados Pride.
And what pleased me most about Wickham and Nandu, they're both 21, so they're in the formative years of their career. Well, Justin Greaves has just started too, so he's young. And would you pick him in the West Indies team?
Yeah, I mean, he deserves to be there with that type of performance, a record-breaking feat. He has the ability to bowl medium fast too.
Lovely shot, pierced the gap, but there's protection on the offside.
And when he went to Australia, he didn't do so badly at all in the 2 test matches. In fact, he was excellent. Might not have, the big performances like the 5-wicket hauls or the centuries, but he contributed immensely. And he was excellent in the fielding positions and slipped to the important fielding positions and slip in a test match. So I think that he has a lot to offer West Indies cricket. He's a humble guy. He works hard at his game. He was very productive last year, the second most productive batsman. And now he's reached 400 runs already.
Yeah, just 3.66, the current run rate. And total 128 for 5.
Yeah, 128 for 9 up at UWE. The West Indies Academy struggling a bit against the defending champions. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team. There's always going to be a struggle against spin, especially. These young academy players, obviously, they're learning to play at this level, and they're going to be a challenge a bit. That's well bowled again. So good running, excellent running. Now this guy's a little faster than Glenn, so he's gotten down the wicket faster, and good response from Blackwood. But again, Niall Smith showing that he has some pace, because that ball is hitting the bat very hard.
Yeah, that ball came onto the bat very quickly, and it was eventually pushed towards the mid-on position, and they got a single.
I always look at Niall Smith as somebody who can bowl faster. He really ambles up to the wicket. You're not seeing the accelerated movement, the stride patterns. He's consistent that way where his stride patterns are concerned, but I feel that he can accelerate faster towards the stumps.
Maybe not 100% fit, recovering still from a groin injury.
That's good fielding again,
Yeah,
good
excellent
backing up
work.
to, coming off the boundary. So excellent work to try to hit the stumps. Picking up at one hand, it looks like Anderson. And good backing up off the boundary too. So good teamwork from one fielder to the other.
In fact, Niall Smith was not in the original Guyana team. Runsford Beaton, the Essequibian, was in the Guyana team, and he failed to turn up for 2 fitness tests.
Well,
And
he's had issues with his bowling action too.
yeah, well, he worked on his bowling, and he was cleared recently. But his problem this time was not turning up for fitness tests. And Niall Smith, who was recovering, went to that fitness test and was deemed clear. So he got into the side, replacing Beaton. This is a good fast delivery also, and tucking Morris up.
It was not the type of shot that you wanted to see, because he was playing across the line of the ball. He's got to be careful here now, because Niall Smith has been very direct. He's been bowling at the stumps. He's getting the ball to bounce to, and it's a not-in shot when the ball is so close. Can use the pace, but to go at it aggressively and not be in the right position, not be in the right position as relates to physical positioning and also the bat position. He's got to be careful.
Smith.
It's well played, and again, good single. So good response again from Blackwood. He seems to be a lot more confident in his batting pattern at the moment than he was with Glenn, because he does have speed between the wickets also.
When you put pressure on the fielder, at the instance there, Savory coming in and taking his eye off the ball, and a slight fumble, you've got to have the intensity run. If you run the second run fast, then a third one is possible. Smith again on his way, and this is played into the onside.
And remember the accumulative effect on the fielding team. It's not hot, humid conditions. We've seen the sun come out sometimes. But the accumulative effect of having to get to the ball, they have to bat second. So you want to drain them as a batting team. And so when they come to bat, the concentration levels might not be high. So it's a cat and mouse game. Every little detail, every little strategy counts.
Yeah, we're talking about Demerara in the past producing lots of fast bowlers. In fact, Essequibo has produced Beaton and Paul. They are only 2 fast bowlers that have played for the West Indies. This is down the leg side. Might be a wide, yes it is.
Yeah, I think that you could produce any type of cricketer. I mean, to just think about Trinidad and Tobago, for example. Years ago, we didn't have fast bowlers. We used to open the bowling with the late Ranjit and sometimes Larry Gomes, and we had a huge void over a long period of time. Prince Bartholomew, the late Prince Bartholomew, he was good, but he was not a fast bowler. Sometimes Bernard Julian, yeah, but not really quick bowlers. And all of a sudden, a no ball, signal, a free hit. It's a second no ball, and it's a cardinal sin in the white ball game, it's a free hit now, and especially when you're running from distance. But now we've seen an influx and a perpetuation of fast bowlers coming from Trinidad and Tobago. So we've had people like Ian Bishop, he was the quickest in my opinion, and the best. We've had Shannon Gabriel, Mervyn Dillon, Marlon Black, Ravi Rampal, a host of fast bowlers. So we can develop any cricketer that we want to develop, but it's just a mindset change, and you have to be positive, and there needs to be proper systems in place.
Well, good afternoon again to the people in Jamaica. They would know that Mervyn Dillon was electrocuted by a lightning on a field.
I was a coach then.
You were the coach
Yeah.
then. Which ground was that?
I can't remember, but it stays staying in my mind what happened that day.
Smith bowls a free hit, very well bowled. Slow delivery, pitched up, and missed the shot completely was Morris. So that's the end of the 36th over. It's 134 for 5.
Yeah, I remember that clearly because that was the time when I coached the senior team. That was Red Stripe.
Yeah.
That was the one-day tournament. And what happened then was, I remember two things that happened. Matthew Hayden broke Lara's record then, and he called a press conference, being very proactive. And he said there, I remember quite clearly that he said that he thought Chris Gill would have broken the record because he scores quickly. But coming back to that incident, he was lucky, Mervyn Dillon, because it was close to his head. And I saw smoke after, so he was really
From
lucky.
his head?
It was close to his head, yeah. It touched some part of his body. And, it was a scene that I would never forget. It stays indelibly etched in my mind forever because it was so close to him. And, it was really an inclement weather. So Mervyn Dillon, lucky to be here with us still. And looking for the single. We've seen this happen a lot. And Blackwood has been adept at just working the ball around, fine of the wicket.
That one came off his pad though. Umpire Carl Tuckett, like a ballet dancer, taps his bat to show the leg by.
135 all out at UWI. The West Indies Academy team struggled and 34.2 overs, so a lot of overs still to come. So not good at all.
Hit hard, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it's a good shot, and a lot of times you want batsmen to be able to pierce a gap. There's a man in a sweeper position on the boundary. That's a good shot again.
The
Looks
previous
fluent,
shot-
but brilliant fielding.
The previous shot was off the back foot. This one was off the front foot. The same person did the fielding, didn't find the gap on either occasion.
Yeah, but he could play it earlier or just decide to slightly open the face to the bat to put the ball in the gap. But he's hitting it close to the fielders, and they're stopping the runs.
Brian Lara once said he never saw the fielders when he looked out. He just saw the gaps. So he hit the ball through the gaps.
It's a wide delivery and asking to be hit. It's a good shot by Morris.
But there's protection on the boundary, so he just gets one.
Yeah, they've been bowling to the field. And what do you think about a main bowler coming in now to dislodge one of these wickets?
Yeah, I think, Ned is finished. It will either be Permaul. Well, we saw the batters more comfortable against the pace. So and Smith is now bowling, so I wouldn't want to have two fast bowlers bowling in tandem. The over comes to an end. It's 136 for 5. 37 overs gone.
Well, I think that what Blackwood has said to Morris is that, listen, we had to wait until, the score gets to about 140, and with a water break, we have to talk a little bit more now, but we cannot afford to lose any wickets. They want that last 10 overs and perhaps the last 8 overs to accelerate. to get a good score here. A good score on this pitch at the start of the day's play would have been, I would think, 275, but they would not get close to that. It doesn't look like it, although these guys are accustomed playing cameo type innings because of the T20 influence, but they're struggling at the moment, and it's been really slow going by them. They had been in the early parts of the innings, an injection of pace between the wickets between Campbell and Blackwood, but because of the fall of the wickets at inopportune time, they've slowed down the scoring rate, and the projected score is now 184.
That's if they continue to score at this rate. I'm sure they would put their foot on the gas eventually, but they've got to do it sooner rather than later, because a score like 220, 225 would be on the par, and Guyana would more be confident in chasing down that.
And if you look at the pitch is not too dissimilar from what you've seen in Guyana. It's a slow pitch. There's a little bit of turn now, a hint of turn, but it's much better for batting now. So the Guyanese batsmen would be very comfortable on the surface.
Yes, they would. Very pleased for the Jamaicans. They've now gotten a test match on the 30th. West Indies played the second test match at Sabina Park from the 30th. And back in the days, they had so many grounds. You talk about the Shell Sandals days. They played at St. Elizabeth, Melbourne, Alpart, the Bauxite Company ground. So many different areas in Jamaica. And now they hadn't had cricket for quite a long time.
Yeah, when you have grounds like that all over Jamaica, all over the Caribbean, for example, it would assist in youngsters going there to look at the game. And it's a kind of like marketing the cricket, encouraging them to see the Sobers and Charlie Davis. And, that was pleasing to me. And then I saw Michael Holland. So the visual impact. But if you don't have cricket in the rural areas, you're not going to get youngsters wanting to be elevated in first of all they're on the 19s, they're on the 17th team, and then into the West Indies team. So the visual impact is so very important. And the other thing, Sean, that I don't like at all, I don't like the fact that we're not seeing school children here.
Yeah, they could have gotten the school children to come. I understand this and Turuba, the Brian Lara Academy, are the only grounds you've got to pay. UWI is free. But still, they could have given the school children tickets. But so you're not going to get a capacity crowd, so give the children the tickets.
Yeah, and this is important. I mean, we talk about encouraging, and we are competing with international sides that have millions of people. India, for example, Pakistan, even Australia, they have millions of people. So we have to increase the pool of the players that we have. And to do that, we have to encourage more and more players to, or youngsters to play the game. It's a competitive environment with other sports and other distractions. But, it's important that we bring them here at the different venues to see, the best level of 50 over cricket that we have in the Caribbean.
Yeah, good afternoon to Vish Ramsawaki, works at the Ministry of Education. So I understand that Samuel Badri plays a big role in the Ministry of Education sports system also.
Yeah, has his own academy too in South Trinidad. He's done well. I like the fact that Darren Ganga also, so they're doing well at the foundational level, and encouraging the youngsters. There's an influx of youngsters in their academies.
Smith continues, and that's a good delivery. Pitched maybe outside the line of the leg stump, hit the pad, and umpire Lyndon Rajkumar, that's his name? Yeah.
You're the man with the facts, and you have the man that doing the research.
Yes, he is Lyndon Rajkumar. So
you look at Niall Smith. He's got a heavy ball. He has that ability to skid through one or two deliveries. So change in pace without any discernible change in his action. but he depends heavily on shoulder strength as he approaches the wicket again.
Here he is. And that's hit uppishly, but well placed. And might go to the boundary. Would it have enough legs? Yes, it does. Just trickles into the boundary for 4. So Blackwood goes now to 55 with that boundary as the sun comes out once more from behind the clouds here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Well, obviously he didn't hit that ball in the middle of the bat, because if he hit it with the middle of the bat, it would have traveled faster to the rope, but it trickled into the rope, so he didn't connect properly at all, perhaps hitting it at the bottom of the bat. And Niall Smith rushing him a bit with a little bit more pace on that delivery.
Niall Smith in bright sunshine now, Bose, and that's a nice shot. Dexterity shown, just waited for it and then dabbed it out towards backward point, and they get a single.
I want to see these experienced players, people who've represented the West Indies at test match level, one-day internationals, T20, come in these tournaments and score heavily. Graves have done that. Justin Graves have been remarkable. Over 400 runs already in the tournament. He's just played 4 games. So he's done the business. He's been a fantastic example of not just scoring runs, but showing that endurance level, that mental stamina and strength. It's been excellent.
Niall Smith, again, the ball tucking him up as he plays it out towards Permaul at mid-wicket. We speak about the defending champions, Trinidad and Tobago. They have in fact got the most titles. They beat the Leewards in last year's final. And Darren Ganga has got the most wins as a captain.
Yeah, very astute captain. Excellent in the way he researched things. He's detail-oriented, and the fact that he got players to respond to him, got players to be motivated out there.
And he was in fact the captain when Trinidad and Tobago won their last first-class match, but that was in 2006.
Last first-class season,
yeah.
2006.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing with that situation, and the overcomes to the end, and there's one more delivery to go. Niall Smith walks back very slow, but he's got a long run up. So
and why do you think Trinidad has taken so long to win a red ball title?
Well, it's a combination of things. I think that we're more inclined to play, the shorter version of the game better, because batsmen don't concentrate for long periods, and I'll get back to that after this delivery. Well played.
But can't get a single. So at the end of the over, 38 overs gone, 143 for 5.
Yeah, assessing the general psyche of the batsmen. If you look at Trinidad and Tobago's cricket over the years, in the longer version of the game, the 4-day game, our bowlers have always done well. Our bowlers have really and truly carried Trinidad and Tobago cricket in that format. I think the batsmen have struggled to concentrate for long periods. Perhaps of the way we practice here in Trinidad. I changed at a certain degree when I had the youth team, because I remember telling the late president, Mr. Lee Kwai, who did a fantastic job over a long period of time, that we need to practice longer so that our players at the youth team level concentrate for longer. And it's, we won tournaments at the under-19. So I just think that our psyche here in Trinidad and Tobago is made up for especially the T20 game, and that's why we've been so successful.
Is a lot of 2-day or 3-day red ball cricket played here at the first division level?
Yeah, 2-day cricket and sometimes 3-day cricket, just recently 3-day cricket. But remember, in the 70s, when the late Joey Carew was very successful, he won in 70 and 71. And then Ranjinan came and won in 85, and then Darren Ganga, 2006. You had 3-day cricket that simulated with the 4-day game.
Yes, they played it. Wednesday was the 1 day, and then The 4-day game started on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's the Shell Shield I'm talking
Yeah.
about, and get his Grant Harrison line. And we had a similar system in Guyana, where there was 3-day cricket, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then it bowled. Anderson strikes now, so the part-time bowlers are doing their job as the total goes to 143 now for the loss of 6 wickets.
Well, Morris obviously looking to sort of get going here now, because after the break there was a discussion and you saw him be a little bit more assertive, but again the ball angled into him and looking for that expansive drive, creating that space between bat and pad, and the ball went onto the stump. So Anderson, a wonderful job for his captain, and these part-timers have really and truly put their hands up. 4.3 overs, 10 runs alone, and getting that wicket of Morris.
Yeah, well, good partnerships were just beginning to be built between these two. The last wicket fell at 119, and they took it from 119 to 143. And now that partnership has been broken as Odin Smith makes his way onto the field.
Yeah, I think that Odin Smith is the right person to bring here now, because he's got to, have the ability, or somebody's got to have the ability to strike the ball around to increase the scoring and to take the pressure off Blackwood, because Blackwood has decided to be the anchor throughout the innings now that Campbell has long departed. Now, Smith is a hard-hitting batsman. He's done well in the shorter version of the game. He's been told now, and it's something that I have to be very conscious of saying here now, because a lot of times we give verbal cues to players and change their mindset. Now, Blackwood has to be very intelligent here. He's got to tell him, listen, we still have a lot of overs to go, but I want you to play a natural game with some degree of intelligence. So it is about what do you tell somebody like that. You don't want him to be docile out there, because he's going to get himself out, but you want him to be assertive, but to want him to be thoughtful also.
Current run rates still under 4, 3.71. Anderson looking for his second wicket. Do you think that with 11 overs after this one to go, you will see pugnacious shots from Odin Smith? That's his character.
Yeah, he needs to play in his comfort zone, but he has to choose the right balls to hit. He's got to be calculated out there, and I think that is what Blackwood would have said to him.
Let's see what he'll do. His first delivery from Anderson, already picking up a wicket. Got 1 for 10. He's in his 5th over. Those figures don't really suggest how good he's bowled, because the batters are not going, they're tied down with the spinners.
It's always pleasing to have makeshift bowlers come and do the job for the captain, be consistent, be penetrative also.
In Guyana now, there's no real first division cricket being played, especially with the red ball, because of various reasons, lack of grounds, the weather. But yet, Guyana's performed very well in 4-day cricket.
The end of the over, it's now 143 for the loss of 6. The 39th over completed. Yeah, and again, we discussed it off air, Sean, that the psyche of the Guyanese is to be patient. You've seen it sometimes here in the 50-over game, where I feel they could be a little bit more aggressive on the field of play when things are going well. They seem to sit back and wait and be patient, and it's more inclined to be good in the longer version of the game, the 4-day game, and that's why they've been so good in 4-day competition at the regional level.
And more sponsors in Guyana and maybe around the Caribbean would more willingly sponsor a white ball tournament especially a T20, because of the attraction of the crowds, the attraction to their product, and it would be more publicized than focusing on a red ball tournament, which will be more developmental.
And you can't blame them. It's sponsors need to see the benefits of sponsoring, but obviously CG United has done a marvelous job, not just sponsoring this tournament, but sponsoring the international games. We won 2-1 against England just last night. A wonderful win.
Permaul from the commentary box end. Short and punched away. And just the single. So Blackwood continues to go. He's got to bat out the full innings. And hope that Odin Smith stays there and plays intelligent cricket, responsible cricket. You don't want him to just block and push, and so he must play responsible cricket. If the ball is there to hit, he hits it. But don't go manufacturing shots.
Easier said than done, Sean. That's well played off the back foot. Could see him edging to go after that one. Permaul, with his experience, is
and
going to
Permaul
mix it
will
up.
bowl
Yeah.
slower, so
He's
and
gonna
flight
bowl
it
slower.
higher, yeah.
And you look at the fielding, or the field placing, that's a good shot again. Oh, poor bit of
field,
fielding.
yeah.
But because of the power that he hit that ball with, it was very difficult for the man at that
Short
cover
cover, yeah.
position to get down. And a good shot by Odin Smith to start with.
And it was timed so well that Chandra Paul couldn't get around to his right. He's on the sweeper position to stop the ball from going into the boundary.
Yeah, why I say that Odin Smith is the right man to have at this point in time, because they really want to accelerate the scoring rate, but they really want to change the momentum of the game too. So, Permaul, slow delivery, well played by Odin Smith. He looks like a accomplished batsman.
Yes, I remember the only time a night watchman in regional cricket scored 100 was Garfield Charles at Garakar Park.
Yeah, I remember him. Primarily a bowler, eh?
Yeah, came in as night watchman and he got 100. And the next match he wanted to bat up the order, but that wasn't to be. 146 for the loss of 6 wickets, 40 overs completed.
Yeah, I will depart now, Sean, and give Ruskin Mark a chance to come and talk about his footballing ability.
So with 10 overs to go, Guyana large and in charge at the Queen's Park Oval. Oops. Isaiah turn, push back now to the short fine leg position. He's going to go squarer, going to go towards the backward point. The man is going to be pushed out to the sweeper position. And so there's a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep backward square, a sweeper on the offside. So those are the persons protecting the boundaries. And inside the circle, that's the last power play. Yeah, the last power play. Umpire Tuckett signaling it. Down the track he comes and works it into the onside. Gets a nice single, but would want to take most of the strike. Blackwood. He goes now to 58. Welcome again, Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's batted very responsibly for his team. Unfortunately, he lost his captain at a critical time when those two were really building a good partnership and really laying a foundation for the Jamaica team. But he got out caught on bowl to Sammy Permaul, and then they've not really been able to change gears ever since. And that's despite Blackwood's best efforts. He got 12 from Glenn, 10 from Morris. Barnes didn't do very much. And now he's asking Odin Smith to stick around for a while as they negotiate these final 10 overs here. Anderson has done a good job, 1 for 11 from his 5 overs on 1 ball.
So he's brought in the sweeper to a conventional cover position. Would
149 for 6 it is now. At this point, it's just about add in as many runs as they possibly can. They can't wait. They don't have much overs to play with, but they just have to be smart.
Smith can't score. Good delivery there from the part-timer.
Yeah, the big hit in Smith is the one that they're probably going to look to probably hit a few beefy blows.
A ring around the boundary edges. And Smith again looks to hit it. And in the end, the keeper, Imlak, has to tear after it because there's nobody there at short fine leg.
I think it's going to be by or leg buys,
Yeah,
by the way.
2 leg buys. Jamaica wouldn't mind how they score once they get the runs on the board because they're way behind at the present time. But
Trinidad and Tobago bowling out the Academy for 135.
oh, that went right through Imlak. And it will trickle down to the boundary. Hopefully it doesn't go into the boundary from a Guyana point of view. It doesn't. So good work in the end from the keeper, chasing the ball all the way down to the boundary, and that hit the pad. That's why it passed him. Little deflection down the leg side, and it went right through Imlak. So 2 more leg buys.
Yeah, two chases. You don't see that too often. The keeper chasing the ball, and twice in succession he's had to do that. Just to give you that 135, it's 31 to Joshua Bishop. He was the top scorer, and 30 to Rivaldo Clark. And bowling, 3 for 14 for Carey Pear, 4 for 37 for Yannick Correa, and 2 for 23 Baron Charles.
Short
That's
delivery,
4
and
runs.
that's pulled down. Back with a square for 4.
Yeah, that was a gift there, just sitting up there and asking to be hit, and he obliged. Too short.
A long hop. So finish is over.
157 for 6 now at the end of 41. Going at a rate of 3.83, and 192 is the projected score for them.
Both Guyana and Jamaica have got 9 titles at the regional level. Of course, we talk about Guyana winning their last title in 2005, and Jamaica won their last title in 2022.
So Virasamy Permaul it is who is going to come back into the attack now. We need him to probably prize out a wicket or 2 here quickly to.
And that's gone over the boundary for 6. As
No,
easy
she's
as
4
you
runs.
like.
It's actually rolling along the ground. It was hit low and hard for 4 runs. He just placed it nicely. It spread across the turf for 4 good-looking runs here. He continues to soldier on. German Blackwood, he goes to 62 now from 89 deliveries.
And a lot will depend on him in this partnership, as the place gets a little bit overcast.
Yeah, the ground staff is at the ready there. They're just kind of anxious to, and they're looking in the distance. Permaul it is though, who is being called upon here to, one, keep things quiet, but if he could pick up a wicket, there's a ground staff moving into position as they sense that there is a little bit of a rain about the place. Quicker delivery from Permaul. dealt with quite nicely. Just a single, but you could see there's a little drizzle
Yeah.
around the Queen's Park Oval right now. The umpires also probably just, I don't think they let it persist for very long, so we may have an interruption here. You can look at the cloud cover. There is some heavy clouds about the place here, and yes, the umpires are going to take them off now. Smith is 863 to Blackwood, 162 for 6 at the interruption. So 41.3 overs and 162 for 6 at this point in time. So we have a little break in proceedings here, and given the kind of cloud cover we're seeing, it might be for a while, because it's gotten very, well, I shouldn't say dark, but it's gotten cloudy and no sunshine at all. So they're bringing on the covers right now, and this is another area that these gentlemen are very adept at. They've done this, as they say, they could do this in their sleep right now, because they've done it so many times. So they quickly get the lighter tarpaulins on, the white ones, and then they're going to go for the slightly heavier ones, I suppose, to cover all areas, especially where the bowler's run-up might be, and the areas immediately covering the playing surface, so that they protect that first up, and then they'll try to protect as much of the playing area, the outfield, as they possibly can. But this is the main focus here now, where the bowlers are going to run up, and the actual square. They've covered the square, which is the most important thing here, because apart from the actual playing wicket that they're playing on, the other wickets on the square could also get wet, and that could cause a delay here when we're ready to resume play later on. So as they do the cover, let me just quickly run you through the scorecard so far. Jamaica, remember, Guyana won the toss and asked them to bat first. John Campbell opened the batting with Carlos Brown. Brown departed quickly, bowled by Ned for 2. Kirk McKenzie didn't last very long. He was bowled by Chanderpaul. Jermaine Blackwood joined Campbell. Campbell made 53. Those two added 73 together for that third wicket before Campbell was caught and bowled by Permaul. 453. This 50 coming off 63 balls with 3 4s and 2 6s. Barnes joined Blackwood, and he was out for a duck LBW to Ned. Javel Glenn also added 12 before he was caught at the wicket by Imlach off the bowling of Kimo Paul. And the other wicket to fall was Romain Morris, who was bowled by Anderson for 10, 143 for 6. It's now 162 for the same 6. Odin Smith is 8. Blackwood is 63, not out, batted very well. His 50 came off of 82 balls with 4 4s. So that's the situation here. We've had a little bit of a break in play, and until we get word of the resumption of play, we'll take a break. And just to let you, the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval, Jamaica, after being put into bat, 162 for 6 in 41.3 overs. And as soon as we have a resumption, we'll come back with more. A very good afternoon to one and all as we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, where, as you can see, the rain has won out here, and that's because with Jamaica and Anjuna 62 for 6, just after 12 o'clock, the rains came, and while it has stopped now here at the Oval, it's done its damage, so to speak, because the umpires have decided that the conditions are just not conducive to any continued play here at the Queen's Park Oval. So today's game has in fact been officially called off. It's been abandoned as a no result. And that's the second one for the Guyanese in this tournament so far. So they wouldn't be happy at all. And they've made good strides, but give Jamaica credit, they've sort of plugged their way back to get to 162 for 6 with 53 from the captain, John Campbell, and an unbeaten 63 from Jermaine Blackwood. 162 for 6 from 41 overs and 3 balls. But that is the scenario here. They won't get any further play. So tough luck. When teams are desperate to get points, things like this happens, and it just makes life a little more difficult for both of them as they try to make it up into the top 4 for the semi-final phase of this tournament. Just as we're about to leave you, Trinidad and Tobago have already completed victory in their game by losing 1 wicket in the process. So they would have won that game by 9 wickets. So good news for them up there in St. Augustine. Not so good news for Jamaica and for the Guyana Happy Eagles, as this game has been officially called off here now at about 2:36 in the afternoon here in Trinidad and Tobago. So on that news, we leave you, but we do invite you to stay with us here on 360 TV and on the West Indies website as we continue our coverage of the CG United Super 50 Cup, and we hope you'll join us then.